The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 88th Session 2013, 61st day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Sunday, May 19th, 2013.
There's no objection. Further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate. This is the Houseman motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1160, an act relating to the judiciary. Houseman moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1160, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House, and that the House request that the Senate do the same.
Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that was passed in the Senate last night that funds the Capitol. Bond counsel is very specific about the kind of vehicle for this, and we did quickly check with our researchers, who suggested that instead we have another vehicle that we know will meet the test of bond counsel. House File 1070 was calendared in rules, and that will be perhaps a safer vehicle to work with today. Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate Files 271 and 827.
First reading of Senate bills.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 271, an act relating to transportation. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 827, an act relating to legislative enactments. This is the Yarusso motion. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Yarusso moves that the rules therein be suspended and urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended that Senate File 827 be given its second and third reading and be placed upon its final passage.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Revisor's bill. The language of the Senate bill is identical to what the House was. And although this is not a little bill, it is a simple bill. It has 3 articles. The first corrects technical errors. The second updates references to data practices provisions in Chapter 13, and the third repeals obsolete statutes. I will dispense with walking through the entire bill, as there are 108 sections in the first article alone. But I will stand for questions. After first, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to Representative Scott, who's co-author on the bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Yarusso. This is the annual Revisor's bill. I support it and hope that you will too. Thank you.
So, members, we are on a motion to declare an urgency to give the bill its first and second reading today, so we can take it up. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 827.
Any discussion to the bill? Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Yarusso. I can't even talk, sorry. Would Representative Yarusso...
She will yield.
Go back to bed, Mr. Speaker. In the HHS Conference Committee, a thing got left off about health disparities. Is this the version that we saw yesterday, or did that get included in your last version? Something from DHS.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing new in this bill. This is the one that corrects the references to the existing statutes on the books, not the one that deals with things that are passed this year.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 827.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we'll take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Messages from the Senate. Conference Committee. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce, this is the Erhardt motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1270, an act relating to transportation. Conference Committee reports addressed to the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate, the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 1270, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 5 conferees on the part of the House. Erhardt moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1270 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by thanking the the final crew that put this together, the conference committee, House Conference Committee, Erhardt, Hamilton, Swatsky, Mason, and Hornstein, and our able assistant Matt Shear and members of the nonpartisan staff that works on transportation. Thank you very much. Now, it's been a while since we started down this path. I said to myself, that's about 7 years ago we started to put together the transportation bill. And about 3 months ago, the conferees agreed on the final form, and we sent it to the Senate, where it disappeared. Now, people have been asking me where that is, and we were wondering as well. Where has that bill been? Where has it gone? Why can't we find it? Now, after several years, several weeks of diligent research, we called in Representative Schoen's Canine Corps and sent them over. Now, you all know that the Senate has a president, happens to be Senator Pappas, and while the dogs were traveling around her desk and sniffing for that bill, they found it. Mystery solved. It had been stuck to the president's shoe for the last 3 weeks. Now we rescued it, we brought it back over, and we're ready to go here. Now, this is not an extraordinary bill like the tax bill or the transportation funding bill, but it has a few tidbits about bicycles, and let's put it this way, about half this bill is policy that the agency wanted, and such as driving and parking in bike lanes, federal conformity for idle reduction technology, and transporting agriculture products. We accepted a number of Senate positions which were contained in the House Finance Bill because they stole all of our finance pieces and put it in the tax bill, or they tried to. But anyway, here's we took all of the Senate provisions that I won't mention because we took them, and the House provisions as well. And here's what we well, I'll tell you what we took from the Senate. The Quam Sengen Mindat encouraged to survey surplus real estate and identify land that could be sold. DPS, motor vehicle purchase of abandoned scrap vehicles, and I think that also worked with Representative Mahoney bill. DPS, background checks for certain DPS employees. DPS to refrain from enforcing state laws that are in conflict with MAP 21. And there were a couple others here. Elevator at Central Quarter Central Station that was in a couple of bills, including Mariana's. That's going to be built by the Metropolitan Council in the city of St. Paul. And Mesa had a U.S. Highway 53 alignment, which finally got worked out. And Sengen and Guam, MnDOT, this is really a beauty we took. They wanted a special sign on a noise wall in for Red Wing shoe Red Wing shoe store that was down there, and we said, well, Red Wing is kind of in the area, so maybe we should let them advertise on the noise wall. And it was one of those must bills, so we gave it to them. Okay. Then there were some provisions that were not taken as part of the offer. And one of them was an exciting one that was going to increase speed limits from 55 to 60 on all highways. It was in the bill, voted there by both bodies, but we've got an enormous amount of pushback from reasonable people that were not caught up in the emotion of the floors either side. I mean, we heard from let's see, MnDOT in opposition, DPS, Association of Minnesota Counties, League of Minnesota Cities, Minnesota Association of Townships, and several others, because they're concerned about damage to the roads which are a prime asset for MnDOT to maintain. The cost was in the restripping of the roads to be timed for 60-mile-per-hour speeds. And first and primary was the road fatalities that take place, especially in rural Minnesota. There is a movement that has been in place since 1995 or 97 towards zero deaths, maybe a little beyond that. But the last count that was going up was 655 in the year 2002, and in 2012 it was down to 392. The goal, of course, is zero, and we may never achieve that, but we're moving ever forth. So we did not take that provision. And there you are. Oh, there was one other thing. We have enormous amounts of road surface in Minnesota. And the county roads that would be changed to 60 miles an hour under this provision, about 45 miles county and 64,000 of township roads that would have been affected. And if you looked at the pictures, which I don't have extra copies of, you'd find that they're not configured for higher speeds. Some of them have little or no shoulders, and some of them have inadequate shoulders. So until such times as we pass the mini car bill, we better not go to the higher speeds, according to all of the folks that.
Members, if you could take your conversations off of the House floor. Representative Erhardt.
And the other one we did not accept was the Dibbler change. And by the way, the vote on that was 3 and 3 on each side to increase the speed limits. 3 and 3 no's. Dibbler change in the Senate bill and House bill, which was the I-35 problem, has legal problems if we go ahead with that. You've all heard that from everyone for the last several years, so we didn't include that. And the extension of the House bill's sunset on the Dibbler expansion, we did not go ahead with that. And you can do it next time you come back here, if in fact the report is favorable. Strangely enough, the prohibition on the Dan Patch activities was not accepted, and the Tom Decker Highway was not accepted because we'd already passed it into law. And let's see, there was Sheriff Tony had a 24-hour limitation on MnDOT and creating addenda to bids. We thought that there was enough time in there, according to our scientific studies, and so we did not accept that. One that I think has been put into another bill somewhere was the requirements to use made in Minnesota solar panels. We did not accept that, and it went off, I believe, in another bill. So with all of that, and sorry, Mary Liz, you're not here. Representative is not here. The Met Council Metro Mobility Ombudsperson, we did not accept. They say they're adequately taking care of all the folks, and they don't need one. So there you are. Let's have a green vote and get on so we can get rid of those people that are hollering out there.
Discussion.
I'd like to have a roll call, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Erhardt requests a roll call on adoption of the conference committee report. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to adoption. The member from Otter Tail, Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erhardt had just had a couple of, not questions, more the comments, I guess, but in the 17 years that I've been here, and I've served on a few conference committees myself, typically the first thing you do is look at your language and check the side-by-sides where both bodies are in agreement. And that takes very little time to go through, and we'll just accept those same and similars. I'm surprised that in the Transportation Conference Committee, first of all, that there was testimony on my little provision for 60-mile-an-hour speed limits on some roads. And I'm also surprised that as a result of that, both bodies decided to just dump the language. So that's a little unusual. I maintain that this would have been very minor as far as transportation traveling around at least my part of the country. If you took a speed gun on any of the highways, state highways, county highways, township roads, if they're a hard surface road, I would be willing to say, unless it's a farm wagon, that nobody is going 55. And now probably I'll get a lot of trouble because all of a sudden law enforcement's going to come up and start checking out my county. But it's a fact that everyone is going faster than 55. So all of my little language would have done is said, let's be sensible here. Let's go back to 60-mile-an-hour speed limits on highways that are much better than they were before, cars that are much better before, trained drivers that we did. A lot of us in this room didn't have driver's training. Now we have that as a requirement in our schools. So I guess I'm just disappointed that the conference committee decided to just take that one little provision out for fear of causing an accident. I find that just absolutely unacceptable.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. First, I'm a little concerned that Representative Nornes didn't have driver's training, but I'll save that for another time. But, I am concerned about, some of the provisions lost as well. The sunset provision was simply a good common sense provision. When the modification of the Dimmler Amendment happened last year, we put in there that there would be a commission to study the effects of the Dimdahl provision, and then we would act on that as a result of the study. Well, it doesn't make any sense to sunset the provision before the study and then have to come back and reinstate the provision again. It just doesn't make sense to do it that way. So I'm disappointed that a good common sense approach was not taken to this. And regarding the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I guess the study is going to, in some ways, I think, support this provision as well, because studies have shown that folks drive the speed that they are comfortable driving. That actually speed limit signs, when they're changed, do not increase speed. And I was a teacher, as many of you know, and I taught a government class, many government classes over the years, and I said, okay, a bill passes the House, a bill passes the Senate, and then they compare the bills at conference committee, and then they repass them, then the governor signs it, or the president, whatever it is. Well, how do I explain to students were I to go back to the classroom that, okay, here was this bill, both houses had the bill, identical bill, well, maybe it wasn't, I don't know, when they did the same and similars, maybe this one was upside down or something, or so they weren't exactly the same. I don't know what happened. But how in the world can you have two bills that are exactly the same and then discard them? I mean, it's probably in the dark of night or something, even when they did it. I don't know. Perhaps in this case, I don't know if there are any other Republicans on the conference committee or not, but perhaps Representative Erhardt had a flashback and thought he was a Republican when this decision was made. But in any event, thank you, Representative Erhardt, for the work that you did. I am just very disappointed that these two provisions did not survive the conference committee. I guess maybe we should take Representative Nornes some solace in this, in that he did mention that when mini trucks passed, that some changes could be made. So maybe that's a commitment that you're going to support mini trucks in the next session, Representative Erhardt. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm very pleased that if MnDOT Commissioner takes our encouragement, that they will finally go through the process of reviewing all their properties and being able to determine sellability, or if they need it in the future or need to hold on to it, independent of people coming up. So it'll be done. So when your communities go, we want this tract, or can we have this, it'll already be decided. We can avoid the courts and have that cooperative effort. I am disappointed with going down to encouraged, because frankly, we need to know what assets we've got and manage them well. But I appreciate both transportation chairmen with working on this, and if there's any assistance I can do to encourage this inventory of MnDOT's lands, please ask me and I will comply.
Seeing no further discussion on the motion to adopt, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Sanders votes no. There being 77 ayes and 51 nays, the motion to adopt the conference committee report prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File 1270 as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion. The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, just a couple of words about the bill. And Representative Erhardt, I must say I had a bit of trepidation when I knew I'd be serving as the Republican lead on your committee, but we had a good time, and thank you very much for that. Just a couple things that I'm noting of a couple of questions, actually. On the provision to have an office, programming office for public-private partnerships, I think we had first heard that there'd be no cost to that, and did a cost come through on that in the finance bill, Representative Erhardt?
Representative Erhardt will yield. Representative Erhardt.
Madam Chair, as my understanding, there's a no cost in the policy bill. I don't know if there was a cost elsewhere, and I haven't been keeping up with whatever is happening in somebody else's bill. So, no cost in this bill.
Representative Runbeck.
Well, all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Erhardt, are some folks who are saying that there is a cost and it appears in the other bill, the finance bill. Just a couple of points, of concern about the bill. There's a provision, the bicycle provision, and perhaps Representative Kahn could give us some assurance about that, but it does appear
that the automobile driver is being now sort of required to yield to the bicycles if they're making a right turn across a bicycle lane? And do we need to do anything to inform and advise? And how many lane miles are there in that kind of situation? Would Representative Kahn yield? Ms.
She
Speaker?
will yield. Representative Kahn.
Well, Madam Speaker and Representative Runbeck, first of all, it's really only a clarification of current law. The automobile was always required to yield to the bicycle when the bicycle was in that position. The question was that they didn't seem to know it as well as they should. The most important thing I think we can do, and on one of my frequent bike routes in my neighborhood, I can see it in the course of one block done right and done wrong, is that when bicycle lanes are painted, instead of painting so you've got a line running along the side, instead of painting that line as an uninterrupted line to the corner, which is very confusing to automobile drivers, if that line is painted with a dashed line as you approach the corner or before the corner, it's clear to both, and obviously we also need more instruction in driver's ed, that the automobile crosses into that, yielding to the bicycle, and if there's an automobile there, the bicycle who wants to go straight goes around and passes on the automobile, on the left. And I think the painting is the most important thing that we could do, but it really is only a clarification. It's not a change in state law. And as I said, if you think of these bicycle lanes as just a very narrow driving lane, that helps people comprehend what they're supposed to do in them.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Kahn, any idea how many, and would she yield, please, Madam Speaker?
She will yield. Representative Runbeck.
Do you have any idea of how many lane miles we have like that? Is that strictly the big cities?
Representative Kahn.
No, I don't, and it's probably more in cities than out of cities. But one of the things many years ago, particularly when people were asking for totally separate, and I still see this totally separate bicycle path, which might be awfully nice in California and so forth. Minnesota, where you've got to worry about separate snow plowing, it's a little bit more problematical. What good does just painting that line do for a bicycle lane? And I actually read a paper with data on this that just shows that it has very, very strong safety aspects on roads which had frequent problems with collisions, and just something that shows bicycles where they belong and cars where they belong is very acceptable.
Representative Runbeck.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn. As I look at this bill, it is as purely housekeeping as a bill could be. I think there are some very good provisions. The disability parking provision is a good provision. I believe we got rid of the street improvement district. Now it does have the transportation ombudsman. I guess if you have a problem with that. But anyway, to me, it's a bill you could vote for or you could vote against. But I think it, by and large, is very much a housekeeping bill without any problems in it. Thank you, members.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Erhardt, thank you for allowing me to, and Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to be on the conference committee. I greatly appreciated that. And during this discussion, it was interesting. It reminded me of when I very first met Representative Kahn. This is a true story. It was about 27 years ago. I was pedaling my bicycle across the state of Iowa on Ragbri. And as we're going down these country roads, I come across a woman who has these dark glasses, has this helmet with a loon on her head. It's a true story, with a loon on her head. And we rode up beside her and started talking about it. And turns out that it was Representative Kahn. That's when I first met her. So she had Team Loon or whatever it was from the state of Minnesota. Well, I can't tell you what my team name was, but it stood for Bikers Against Dominant Automobile Street Supremacy. That was the team that I rode for. And so anyway, it was a funny story, and I never thought I'd be serving in the Minnesota House of Representatives working on bicycle language with a woman I met in 1986 riding Ragbri. So Representative Erdahl, I agree with you. I was a little disappointed serving on there as far as the language that both the Senate and the House agreed upon. But it did go down. I think Representative Erhardt said there's 3 that supported it, 3 that opposed it. Aside from that, I think that it's a decent bill. I'm going to be voting for this. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, as well. I was on the committee as well, and Chair Erhardt, I do appreciate the colorful work that you did and the way that you led the committee as well. I am a little bit concerned, as Representative Runbeck had said, about the amount of language in regards to bicycles. And bicycles are getting to be a much more important transportation mode, and I understand that piece. But I think we also need to understand we can't allow the pendulum to swing too far one direction and before it comes back again. And we need to realize that roads were still and primarily designed for motor vehicles. And my concern is with the bicycle lanes and how bicycles seems like they are now be giving a much higher precedent over vehicles. And if you were ever been in a situation where a bike lane is to your right and you're making a right turn and you see everything seems to be clear, and then all of a sudden somebody behind you comes tearing up with a bicycle without your knowledge, you can understand that it becomes a difficult thing for you to be able to address. And yet this particular bill makes that the responsibility of and liability of the driver. So I just ask us in the future to be cautious of that, but I also want to thank everybody that was involved with it, including Chair Erhardt as well. Thank you for the bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Erhardt. Nope. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 80 ayes and 49 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference, repassed as amended by conference, and its title agreed to. Okay. Calendar for the day.
Murphy moves that Senate File 778 be taken from the table.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that House File 7 or Senate File 778 be taken from the table, and I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 778.
Senate File 778, an act relating to collective bargaining.
We didn't take them calendar. I know, but it doesn't make any difference.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A30.
Representative Woodard, is it? Well, okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A30 amendment is pretty simple. I know we've had a lot of discussion about this bill in particular and even font sizes and lots of discussion. This is an amendment that I think you're going to like. I'd like to talk just very briefly about it. I know there's I believe there's an amendment to the amendment, a Zeller's amendment to the amendment. But what this does, it just says that those folks who are going to solicit authorization signatures on behalf of an employee organization that wants to organize, that those persons would be subject to the same background check and meet the same background eligibility that folks who are in regular contact with children, so our child care providers, our small business owners. And then the second part of the amendment also would make that criteria the same for those who are in regular contact with vulnerable adults. So those folks who would be soliciting to organize the vulnerable adults through our PCA program. And Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an amendment to the amendment that Representative Zellers would like to present.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zellers moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A90.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Mr. Speaker, may I have a roll call, please?
You may. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the bill before us, we've had a number of discussions about the fine points, literally in some cases the points and the fonts. And there's a philosophical disagreement about whether or not this is a good idea or a bad idea. However, if it is going forward, I think it is incumbent upon us, I think it is absolutely required by us that anyone is going to come with an even 10 feet, 2 feet, 10 yards of our children, our babies, our angels that are left with these folks who care for them each and every day, should have the protection that no one who's doing this should be able to have had any kind of past, any kind of criminal past. Whether it be sexual predators, whether it be child endangerment, should absolutely not be able to go out and solicit signatures, solicit membership, as Representative Nelson said, make a sale. These folks should not be able to get within even 5 feet of a front door of where our children are being cared for. Mr. Speaker, members, this is for us, for me personally, this is a very personal issue. My sister's been a small business owner, child care provider in the past. Kim and I sent our 2 children, Reagan and Will, to a daycare provider. This wasn't an easy decision for us. As many of you know, we lost our first daughter, Lauren. She was born prematurely. And just yesterday, or maybe it was Saturday, Representative McNamara and my class had planted a lovely tree out on the Capitol lawn here. And we were able to go and see it. I thought it was pretty fitting for what we're talking about today. So when Kim and I were making our choice about who was going to care for our children, this wasn't just we'll take it to this mechanic, we'll take it to that mechanic, we'll get things fixed here, fixed there. Reagan spent 2 months in the NICU at Children's Hospital. She was 2 pounds 3 ounces when she was born. And if any of you who've had premature babies, you've had to go home with one of those monitors that make sure that the heart doesn't stop or she doesn't stop breathing. And if you've been at home and the first time one of those things goes off, it's like a fire alarm except louder and scarier because you've got a 2 pound 5 ounce, or in Reagan's case, a 4 pound baby that you've been worried about, has been in the hospital for 2 months. So when you turn over the care to someone like, for us, to someone who's going to be caring for that little baby girl, it's not just a decision about whether or not they'll be unionized or pay fair share or pay dues. These are the people that are caring for the most important thing in the world to me. My little girl Reagan and my little guy Will. To have their care be put in jeopardy even a little bit, even the tiniest bit, is absolutely inexcusable, and I don't think anyone on this House floor would say that that's a good idea or that that's even allowable. So when we made our choice with Ms. Steph and Ms. Kaylee, we felt not only comfortable, but they felt like a part of the family. We still go to the Halloween party, we still go to the Christmas party, and these small business owners have become a part of our life. When there's an off day at school, the first thing Reagan and Will ask is, Daddy, Mommy, can we go over to the lily pad for the day and spend it with Miss Steph and Miss Kaylee? I'm thinking Reagan's trying to get a job there. Will's in sales, but I'm thinking Reagan's trying to get a job. But these are the women that cared for our children when they were the most vulnerable. The hardest thing, everybody's had, those of you who have children, you've had that first day of school where you drop off your son or daughter and you watch the bus, and then maybe you follow the bus to school, make sure they get in, or maybe even follow them into the classroom and make sure they got in the right chair. I will tell you that the day that I dropped Reagan off for the very first time, not only did I call 4 or 5 times, but I did. I drove by to make sure that there was nobody in front of there, that she was being cared for. So from our standpoint, it was probably one of the most critical decisions. My amendment makes sure, members, that no matter what, absolutely unequivocally, that no one should be able to come around the house, around the center, for our children being cared for. This was a decision that wasn't easy for us. It isn't easy for a lot of parents. But I will tell you, it was one of the greatest decisions we made. Because Ms. Steph and Ms. Kaylee have become a part of our lives. They become a part of our children's lives, and they will for a very, very long time. Their safety should be ensured. The children they care for should be ensured. Members, please vote green on the A90 amendment.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and Representative Zellers, and Representative Woodard. I would stand in opposition to the amendment and the overlying amendment. Members, the Federal Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959 already prohibits labor unions from employing anyone who has been convicted of robbery, bribery, extortion, embezzlement, grand larceny, burglary, arson, violations of narcotics laws, murder, rape, assault, and several other crimes, it looks like. So this is already covered by federal law, a lot of what we've been discussing. So, this is one of those amendments that, unfortunately has been kind of a reoccurring theme over this past session and sessions in the past, that labor organizers are, somehow must have some sort of criminal history or intent, or that they can't be trusted. I don't think that's proven true in Minnesota. I think that there's already protections available in federal law, including some of the crimes that you were already talking about, Representative Zellers. So, this amendment is not needed to this bill, and, I just simply ask members to really think about whether or not this is necessary, or if this is sort of one of those amendments that's meant to put members in a difficult position when, in fact, it's already covered by the federal labor law of 1959. So I would ask members to please vote no.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure, after working with Representative Moline over the past couple of years, that was not an insinuation that this in any way, shape, or form says that union organizers are criminals. In fact, what we're saying here is that we shouldn't allow folks who are guilty of rape, murder, kidnapping, indecent exposure, criminal sexual conduct to be in the daycares and in the areas of vulnerable adults when they're organizing. Members, there are stories, you've gotten the emails, I'm sure, we've gotten the emails of organizers showing up at lunchtime, kids are there. We don't know who these folks are. And as far as this being comfort language, we passed a bill not too long ago that said that it had to conform by the First Amendment. And I'm sorry that if this puts you in a tough spot, but that's what we do here on the House floor. You are a state representative. When you push that button, it's not that, boy, this is a tough spot, and I hate to vote against a particular bill or a particular amendment because I don't like sex offenders, or I think that sex offenders don't get a fair shot, that they deserve a second chance. These are vulnerable adults. These are kids who are showing up to a building, to an organization, to a small business, so that they can be taken care of. And folks who show up at the door, come inside, petition, are going to be near those vulnerable adults and near those children. This is a common sense amendment, members. It was a good conversation about font a couple of days ago. That's important, but this is really important. This has nothing to do with killing the bill, with doing anything else with the bill. You will do with the bill what you will. This is, if you're going to pass it, as Representative Zeller said, let's do it safely. There is no reason that you would vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I won't ask Representative Nelson to yield or Representative Moline, but in the discussion we had in the last couple of days, we've had talk about there being volunteers that could be out soliciting signatures. I'll tell you the one case of pride in my area, a small businesswoman in my area, right during the lunch hour, came in and said, I'm sorry, I'm busy, I'm serving lunch right now, I need to go. The person put her foot in the door and would not remove it until she gave her pitch. That could have been a volunteer, could have been a paid employee. I don't care if there's 75 federal laws that prohibit this. I don't care if this is belts, suspenders, and duct tape around the waist. These are our babies that we're talking about. There should be protections for them no matter what federal law exists, no matter what law exists on the books. It should be a part of this bill, not just a part of statute. This is in no way meant to be some political gotcha amendment. This is important. It is absolutely critical to the bill. Anyone who comes within 5 feet of our children when they're being cared for should not have any of these things on their record, volunteer, paid, or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate a green vote.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has a roll call been asked for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what Representative Moline said, this is already federal law. These employees, people that are going to be sent out by the union, can't employ people. It's already federal law. It's been on the books since 1959. Please vote red.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zeller's moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A92.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A92 amendment is a separate section, but still equally critical to this. And again, Representative Nelson, Representative Moline, if it is in federal law, that's fine. But we're talking in some cases of 1 to 4 year olds who are going to be cared for. That's time away from the care that they need at a critical time. In a lot of cases, we've heard the stories. It's during snack time, it's during lunchtime. I think whoever's coming for the door, whether they be volunteer or paid employees, there could be volunteers in this. And I think actually in favor of the union folks, I think they would want to have people who are being associated with them to be absolutely critically important for them to be upstanding citizens without these things in their criminal background. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a green vote.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is along the same lines as the amendment that was just voted down, in that a lot of the crimes are already covered by the Federal Labor Management Disclosure Act of 1959. So I think we're getting a little repetitive here, Representative Zellers. But also this is painting restrictions with a pretty broad brush. It looks like you're going by the DHS licensing standards. So members, again, this is covered by federal law. But I would just ask you to please vote no.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Moline, maybe so that members know what they're going to be voting against. Here's just a couple from the statute. Murder in the first degree, manslaughter in the first degree, second degree, domestic assault, abuse, strangulation, distribution of drugs, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree. If you really think that these things shouldn't be a part of the bill, absolutely vote no. But again, I don't care if it's covered by the federal government. I'm not taking the chance. When it comes to our babies, when it comes to the people who are caring for them, they should be absolutely left without any doubt in their mind that the people coming to their door, soliciting a signature, soliciting a sale, as Representative Nelson said, absolutely should be, without question, kept from having these type of people come to their door. I ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Garofalo votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 67 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. On the Woodard amendment, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the last chance here, and I was hoping that that some of the impassioned pleas by Representative Zellers on what's happening in our child care, in our daycares, in our vulnerable adult units, that this would actually pull at your heartstrings. So I'm going to try one more time. And I would ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
I think we already have a roll call on this one. Oh, a roll call. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So all this says, and if you read the amendment, all it says is that those folks who are going to be organizing, who are going to be in our small businesses, that are going to be with these young kids and vulnerable adults, that they pass the same background check that we ask of our child care providers, that we ask of those who are serving our most vulnerable adults. And Representative Zellers kind of walked through a list. There's more when it comes to disqualifying crime or conduct. If you want to be a child care provider, if you want to be around your neighbor's kids and take care of them during the day, these are the things that you have to do. You have to not have been convicted of, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, second degree, or third degree, solicitation of children to engage in sexual conduct. These are things, members, that we don't want these kind of people hanging around child cares in areas where we have vulnerable adults. It just makes common sense. And members, I know that it's late in the session. I know it's our last day. But we still have a chance here to fix this, to make sure that we are standing up for those kids and standing up for vulnerable adults in Minnesota. And again, I'm sorry this is a tough vote for some of you. It shouldn't be. It really is not a tough vote. And even if there are federal laws, as Representative Moline has talked about, that provide some protections, this is Minnesota. And we protect our kids. We protect our vulnerable adults. You've heard the stories. You've seen the emails. You know that organizers like to go and visit with folks that are organizing when kids are present, when vulnerable adults are present. That's the time they want to go and talk to them, because that's during the week. It's during the time that they're in business. So it makes sense that that's when they would do that. But they're in these places with our kids and our vulnerable adults. There's no reason we shouldn't say we want to limit who those folks are, that those folks are not going to harm our kids or vulnerable adults. Members, this is an easy vote. Please vote yes.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Woodard, again, I would make the same comments as is made on the past two amendments to the amendment, that a lot of the crimes are already covered by a law that has been in place since 1959 that prohibits labor unions from employing anyone convicted of assault, rape, murder, narcotics violations, robbery, bribery, extortion, embezzlement. There's a long list of crimes that are already prohibited under the 1959 Act. So, members, I would just ask that you keep that in mind. Furthermore, a lot of these organizers who are going to be going from door to door, a lot of the volunteers, are going to be daycare providers who have gone through the DHS background checks and who are going door to door. But, members, I do think you need to think about what you're doing here, because, with this amendment, Representative Woodard is specifying labor organizers and people who are volunteering on the behalf of labor unions. Well, there's a lot of people that go door to door, including a lot of people that go door to door for our campaigns, for both caucuses, door to door salesmen. There are people that go door to door to sell things and approach people's homes, and you're not asking that those people all go through background checks. So, you are taking one group of people and specifying that they have to go through an extensive background check paid for by the state of Minnesota in order to approach a door and ask for a signature. So, members, the serious crimes are covered by federal law. A labor union cannot hire an organizer that has been convicted of those crimes. And you also need to think about if we're going to be putting restrictions on volunteers, who many of us use in our campaigns, to go door to door. So, members, please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I want to remind you that Minnesota always has higher standards than the rest of the nation. We have spent the last several weeks raising our standards to a level that's beyond almost every state, at least in our Midwestern area. Furthermore, last week we put into law, federal law, we put into Minnesota statute federal law to protect a part of our population. And so now we're dealing with our children and our most vulnerable adults. So moving this part of federal law into state statute should be just an easy vote for us this morning, because this is the protection of those two very special parts of our population for which we want our families to know that there is nothing that will keep them from having the highest protection possible when folks come to their doors asking for this move into a unionization. Thank you, members. Let's vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kiefer, moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In committee, Rep. Nelson, Rep. Hoppy, myself, a few others, one of the first committee hearings on this bill, we had kind of a lively discussion on whether or not teenagers who are under the age of 18 would be forced to join the union. In fact, there's a lot of 16 and 17-year-olds that take care of family members or help out with the home child care provider business with their parents. And so we're just asking that this group of minors be exempted from being forced to join a union if, in fact, this bill goes through. So I would ask for a green vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First off, to be a licensed or legally unlicensed daycare provider, you have to be over 18. To be a PCA, you have to be over 18. With minor exceptions, I believe that when they're taking care of family members, they can be 16 and 17, but they have to take special training. But that being that aside, we have kids at 16 years old, some people 14 years old, down to 14 working in the workforce. We have passed child labor laws to restrict how they can work and what hours they can work. But these people are already working in the workforce. And if we're allowing them to go in the workforce and they're working in a place that has a bargaining unit, they should have the same right to participate and deal and vote and talk about the working conditions they work under. So, I urge you to vote no on this amendment, because if they're in the workforce, they should be part of the discussion about all the issues that come up in a union meeting, in a discussions about their working conditions. All those things they should have a voice in, and this is taking their voice away. So, members, please vote red.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just hope you're all listening to this. I mean, we're talking about our children. They're not of age. They're still minors under the law. And now, just because of this, we're going to force them into a union without any kind of parental consent And no options to opt out if they become of age and decide they want to change their mind on this. Also in school districts, we have students that help with the kid care programs. They would also then be forced to pay union dues. It's not like they're making a lot of money, but they're helping out the schools, but now they'd be forced to do this, maybe taking away from their college savings funds that they're trying to save up for. The family members, are going to be unionized against their family member that they're taking care of. So I don't see this being a huge problem, and I would really ask people to think about this and please vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 71 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 707.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The 707 amendment and two amendments to the amendment, the 135 and 138, deal with the rights of in-home daycare providers to negotiate and to operate their business. It's a pretty non-controversial amendment. I'd appreciate your support, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. There is 15 hands. There will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report that amendment.
Dean moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 778 as follows. The amendment is coded 135.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The 135 amendment to the 707 amendment deals with the CCAP funds that we've had a long discussion upon in the last couple of days. We've talked a lot about CCAP funds. We've talked a lot about the position that we have. The legislature has actually written into statute that says that these funds do in fact belong to the parents. And what this does is this requires consent from the parents for withholding of these CCAP funds for union dues. It just kind of underlies what we already say in statute, that this money belongs to the parents, it doesn't belong to the unions, and that that is the ownership of those dollars, those CCAP dollars, and this requires that if this is going to go for union dues, that the parents simply need to check that off. It just is conforming with the state law that we already have that says this money belongs to them. If we're going to spend it on union dues, they should certainly say so. It's non-controversial. I'd appreciate your support. I'd ask for a roll call. Thanks, members.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we've had this discussion earlier, yesterday, and when we discussed this bill. And again, it's whose money this is the question. Once the service has been provided, this is a reimbursement for that service. It's not the parents' money anymore. It is the daycare provider's money. It is the PCA provider's money. And what they do with it is their business. This would be like having Southwest Airlines require everyone to get parental consent before they can spend their money on their dues, or before they do a service, before they pay for something, a service they do. It'd be like telling the parents of the daycare provider, before you can pay your mortgage, you got to get the parental consent of everybody that lives in is being provided for daycare in your house. So this is just simply ridiculous on its face. Again, it goes down to whose money this is. Once the money is earned by the daycare provider, it is the daycare provider or the PCA's money. and what they do with it has nothing to do with the service after that. It's their money. And so please vote red.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Sorry. Pepin votes aye. There being 61 ayes and 72 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dean moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 778 as follows. The amendment is coded 138.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The 138 amendment clarifies that child care benefits are protected from union due deductions. That says that the money that we appropriate for the purpose of taking care of children is for taking care of children. It is not to be used for paying of union dues. These are very limited resources that we have, members, as you know, after just having completed an entire budget, that we want these funds to go to taking care of kids in all across the state of Minnesota with parents with very limited financial resources, that this money can either go to the kids or it can go to the unions. We think that the money should be going to the kids, to take care of those kids, to provide a safe, nurturing and supportive environment for these children during the day. Once again, it's a non-controversial amendment. Members, I'd ask for your support. And I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, you were almost right. You said it's non-controversial, but actually what it is nonsense, because it makes no difference whether the dues are taken out at the beginning or afterwards, or if they're submitted voluntarily by the provider. Regardless of when the money comes out, the money is still green. It's fungible. There's no difference between taking it out of the dues before the provider gets the payment or whether the provider sends it afterwards. It's all the same pool of money in the hands of the provider when they're ultimately paid. So if they choose to form a union, if they choose to be members of the union, if they choose to be fair share paying members or non-members of the union, the money still is coming out of the ultimate dollars that they receive from the CCAP reimbursement, from the private payers, and the money in their checking account is all green regardless of when or how they get it.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I think that we have lots of ways that we support people across the state of Minnesota with health care, with child care, with housing. We don't necessarily do that in those other areas, Representative Winkler, and I think that we understand why. We understand that last year the governor tried to do this. The court stepped in and said that was an illegal execution of his power as governor, that we came back through the legislature and we're discussing it now as we should be doing. If you believe that the wages should be garnished for money that should be going to kids, if you believe that those should be garnished and given to the union, vote red on the amendment. If you believe that money should be going to the kids, vote green on the amendment. It's a pretty simple amendment, and I'd appreciate your support. It is also, if you look at what we're looking at in other states like Michigan, there was a court case that we passed out a piece on yesterday, and I'm sure you read that, Representative Winkler, and you found that the courts in Michigan said that as a condition of moving forward, that money no longer be taken away from parents to be given to unions and forever going forward in the state of Michigan, That's a bad road to go down for the state of Minnesota. So if you believe that that garnishment is a good policy issue, vote against my amendment. And if not, if you agree with the courts in Michigan that have seen the light and said that that's a bad idea, that it's a ham-handed approach to give unions that access to private homes and private small businesses, vote against my amendment and vote, I'm sure, with Representative Winkler.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is the same argument I said earlier. Once the service has been rendered, because these payments aren't paid up front. I could see this argument if we're talking about this, if these payments were paid before the service was rendered. But these are for services rendered. So it's money owed to the daycare provider, to the PCA provider, for work they've already performed, just like a paycheck. This is no different than a union police officer. This is no different than a union firefighter. This is no different than any other public employee that works for us in the state of Minnesota. This is money that they've earned. It is their money at that point, that it's owed to them. It's not state money. It's not money that's the parents, because it's paid directly for the services that have already been rendered. So, members, vote red on this amendment because, again, as Representative Winkler said, money's fungible. Once that money's earned and owed to me, I can spend it on whatever I want. It's not your money to tell me what to do with anymore. It's the same way we treat Medicare payments. When a doctor performs a service and Medicare is owed, a hospital is owed that bill, it's not for us to tell the hospital how they spend that money, because it's their money that's owed. So please vote red.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I hope you were listening very closely to Representative Nelson, because he will probably have just right now in his last statement have made the case for a future court case after you pass this bill today, and after this is overturned, it will probably be because of what you just said. You just said that every single child care, in-home daycare worker, some mom who's living in her duplex, who's trying to make ends meet, is just the same as any other state worker across the state of Minnesota. You also said that this money belongs to the state. It doesn't belong to the parents. Both of those two things, once again, Representative Nelson, are clearly wrong.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Nelson, please don't mention union police officer at any more time in the duration of this debate, because union police officers, I hope I am embarrassed by this whole action. And Representative Winkler, I'm going to have to take Representative Winkler's side over yours, because it doesn't matter if the money comes out first or afterwards. That's all they're worried about, the money. It isn't about kids. So they're going to get their money one way or the other.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk. We're back on the Dean, the underlying Dean motion, and there is a roll call on this one already. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Dean withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the A4 amendment really hones in on one particular part of this bill. And I'm going to have to bring you into the world of Health and Human Services briefly. It addresses the PCA, more specifically the Consumer Direct Community Services Program that would be greatly impacted by this. And just to let you members know kind of what this program is, this is an area of PCAs that allows a great deal of flexibility for families in terms of choosing who their care provider is going to be, what those benefits are going to be, what the schedule is going to be. The families get a great deal of flexibility in those decisions, and this flexibility comes at a 30% cost savings to the state. Because of the flexibility that this program offers folks, they get less of the rate reimbursement from Medicaid funds. In return, they get flexibility over how these programs are administered. Members, Minnesota is a leader in self-directed service. We've set a model for many other states across the country. And the bill as written will strip the core principles of this program away and let many of those decisions that currently families are able to be made, puts those in the hands of the unions. And it basically is going to dismantle Minnesota's incredibly successful CDCS program. And that is hugely concerning. And I know that the CDCS folks have talked to many people in this room, given you really good information. I hope you've paid attention to that. And Representative Nelson, I was trying to find it here. I know as I've listened to tapes, at one point you're on the record saying that it has been your intention to extract these folks from the bill. And I don't know why that hasn't happened. I'm extremely disappointed. But I think that it's a worthy aspect of this bill, members. Not only are we going to be stripping the flexibility away from these families, but because of this, members, these families opt for this program because they get flexibility and they get 30% less in their rate reimbursement. Well, members, when you strip that flexibility and you add costs of union dues, what do you think these folks are going to do? They're going to go back into our waivered programs that gets paid at 100%. Those costs are not accounted for in this fiscal note. I would imagine that would be of a concern to Representative Huntley, Representative Liebling, and other leaders in the Health and Human Services world of what it's going to mean when the waivered programs re-inflate and those waiting lists get much longer than they already are. So, members, what I'm trying to do with this amendment is extract this group of people from this bill, protect a very notable program that Minnesota has. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Seeing many more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Mack, you and I share a real admiration for these community-based services and how they have really been able to allow a lot of people of all ages to remain in their community and living a life of independence that we all seek at a real cost-effective way. But I am somewhat confused by your amendment, so I really want to make sure that I understand what you're attempting to do, because I think, as you described it, I'm not sure if it does maybe what you intend, and that the amendment, as I read it, applies to subdivision 8 on page 6, which is appropriate unit, which is how the bargaining units, the union units, will be organized. And your amendment simply adds on a statement that says that the statewide unit that's provided for in that section does not include an individual providing services under PCA choice or the community consumer-directed community supports program. And so is it your intent that this be a separate bargaining unit for these particular individuals? Because that's the way you have this amendment constructed.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Loeffler, I'm trying to get the language in front of me here. But my understanding, and in talking with research on this, the amendment is supposed to extract them from the unionization process and being forced, if all the votes of the, if the vote goes in favor of these folks being unionized, that this particular sector would not be subject to being forced into that union.
Representative Loeffler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we should allow Representative Mack some time to get some consultation. But it's very clear, the language of the bill, which the programs that are covered are on line 7.3. It defines a covered program to include these. And then it also, under line 7.21, the individual provider also refers back to the covered program. And so that those would still be included if we were to adopt your amendment. And I think that you have also, I think, misunderstood the underlying flexibility that's actually already provided in the program. You misrepresented that if this were to occur and people were to join unions who were employed under PCA choice or consumer directed community supports, that their care would be directed by the union, and that is definitely not true. There's nothing in here that changes the responsibility of the individual receiving those services or their officially designated representative, which oftentimes can be the parent if it's a child, or it might be an adult child if it's a grandmother who's receiving services. There's nothing in here that changes that relationship in any way. It does have to do with the ability for those people who are working in this program to have a collective voice with the Department of Human Services in discussing issues about how the program is structured, the kinds of things that we deal with, and make recommendations that would ultimately come to the legislature. And it also provides very clearly in here that there can be variations based on the program and the services received, and I can point those portions of the law out to you as well.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Loeffler, I'm tracking with your feedback here on this amendment. As I line up my amendment with the language in the bill, it's speaking to subdivision 8, where it explains what the appropriate unit is. And what my amendment does is clearly explains that the appropriate unit shall not include PCAs under the choice option or in CDCS. The way I read it, it seems pretty clear. It's extracting them, saying they would not be a part of this bargaining unit. And that is what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm trying to allow them an out from, if the unionization vote goes through, that they are not part of that appropriate unit. So I guess the way I read it, it's accomplishing what I want it to accomplish. So I don't know if we'll just have to agree to disagree, but this is what I want it to do. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had another cup of coffee. I'll see if I can talk. I rise in support of the Mack amendment. This is going pretty well. Actually, there's two parts of this bill just to help people understand. There's the job providers who do daycare and who serve our children, and then there's the PCA part. And there's two parts of the PCA part. One of the parts of the PCA part is the consumer-directed ones, where the people directly employ their own PCA for their loved one. It could even be a relative. This is the most functional, best working unit of the PCA system that we have. They receive the highest wages, and it's really, really working well. And when I considered these two bills, there was actually a little bit of merit in the PCA side, but not in this half. And if you listen to testimony at our committees and in the hallways, these providers came and vocally said, there is no problem. We may actually have to lower our wages if we have to do this and if there's fees coming out of what they're getting paid. And so if there's ever any one part to exempt from the PCA side, this is the one. And I'm disappointed that as the negotiations went forward with this bill, that this group was pretty much just left in and not much change. And this is, I think, a kind of a failure of the process that this bill happened to have. This part was begging to be adopted along the way, and let whatever merits people think the other has for the rest of the PCA world, but not this group, Mr. Speaker. And some members, this piece needs to come out. I urge a green vote.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you. And the other thing that I think we need to highlight, in addition to the perhaps drafting challenges that we have in this amendment, is that the bill actually does provide for provider variations based on traditional and relevant factors otherwise permitted by law. That allows for the kind of flexibility that we have always valued in this program, and allows for the kind of variations that I think the people who receive these services have really always appreciated. And so that I think that the flexibility that we want is not in any way affected by this, and can be accommodated. Anything that would change that would have to be done by virtue of law.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, members, just as we wrap up this particular amendment, I guess it might just have to be one of those areas. I'm listening to the experts in this area, the folks that work in this area. I've toured some of the facilities in my district, and they've looked into this extensively, looked at what's happened in other states as a result of unionization in this particular sector. And they've got data. I've got some of the reports, some of the studies that even DHS has done in a working group with people from some of these facilities. Their concerns are numerous based on what they're seeing happen in other states. I have the whole report right here that outlines those. And members, I just don't see why we'd want to take a step in this direction with a program that's working so well. There really aren't adequate protections in this bill to protect to protect the flexibility that they currently have, and therefore really protect our wavered programs from growing and inflating at an even faster rate than they already are. So, members, this is a good thing for our vulnerable and elderly folks in this this community, and I would really appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 71 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 778.
Third reading. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Before I go into my story about why I went into child care, I just want to read you a few emails here. This provider says...
Representative Franzen, could I just interrupt for one moment? Representative Isaacson has a point of personal privilege he'd like to make, and then we'll get back to that. Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Franzen. I appreciate that. In light of having revolved around the earth 42 times, or the sun, 42 times, my wife, my infinitely better half, has been gracious enough to bring in cake and ice cream, and I would encourage you to go to the back and get your fill. It's bipartisan ice cream, so both sides can have it, and it's delicious. Thank you very much.
Representative Franzen, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So I'm just going to read from a few emails here, and I'll shorten them up. I know everybody's gotten so many emails, and some of them are extremely lengthy. This is a very personal issue for thousands and thousands of small business owners across the state of Minnesota. For the argument that child care providers need one voice to advocate for them here at the Capitol, I was extremely honored to be able to help the child care providers across the state come up with a few amendments. One of the amendments had to do with bleach. And this provider writes, I worked with Jerry Kerber to write the bleach amendment that was presented this session, and I know how powerful we as providers can be when it comes to trying to work with the state and our county licensors to get things changed on our own without the need for a union. I just recently planned a training with our Ramsey County licensors, and it was a huge success. The supervisor of that unit even showed up, and that has hugely opened the lines of communications with the Ramsey County Family Child Care Association and our licensing unit. It can be done, and we are doing it now with huge success. In order to get these rules and regulations changed, we do need the legislative session to make it law. So we also need people like you that will help us make it happen. Thank you so much for all you have done in the child care industry this session.
They missed the transportation policy.
This one writes, I decided to email you because I have recently met you, and so I think it means more than someone you haven't met. I'm asking you to vote no, taking over our mid-class businesses. The way I feel about it is totally asinine. Why, you ask? Well, it's kind of the same way as telling us we can't exclude anyone due to sex, religion, race, etc. Well, this is kind of the same way now that they don't want us to take CCAP families. Isn't that discrimination? Isn't that wrong? People need help also. Why doesn't this go for centers in Minnesota? They make more money than we do. Right now, I only have 4 kids, 1 on CCAP, and 2 full-time kids. How am I supposed to pay union dues when I am struggling to pay my own bills and living paycheck to paycheck when I get them? Please vote no, no, no. This one comes from Coon Rapids, and she writes, take a step outside the chambers for a moment and see what the whole state is seeing right now. This bill to unionize Minnesota daycare business owners is no longer just another bill. It is a hot issue among great many concerned Minnesota citizens, just as the marriage amendment was this past November. And we all know how that turned out for people pushing an unpopular position just because they had the numbers to pass it. Through the internet, the world has become a much smaller place than it ever was before. And this has spread like wildfire across the state, and people are interested. We can watch you in the middle of the night. We can learn facts in an instant. We can instantly network with each other on what we learn. People are talking. People are learning and doing their homework on this and finding the one very transparent thing here is that something is not right. The people of Minnesota are not dumb. The motivations of this bill are very clear. You are all under a microscope right now on this one, and your constituents are waiting and watching to learn more about how you work for your people. There is great concern about the CCAP kids that are going to lose opportunities for high-quality childcare and suffer the consequences of how you vote. There was another email which I can't find, but she spoke that her husband was at the bar having a couple of drinks with some friends. And that's what they were talking about. They were talking about this issue too. So people they're engaged and they are watching us. So most of you here, I think all of you know that I used to be a child care provider. I own my own small business. And I didn't go into it lightly. This was a conscious decision. I studied and I learned about the work that I was going to put into developing and building my business. Before owning my own business, I worked for corporate America. I worked for AT&T. And I was also a union member. And when I got married, my husband was working in Alexandria, and I was still in Minneapolis, and I didn't want to give up my great-paying job, because it was a great-paying job. And so we moved to St. Cloud, Minnesota, and we bought a house there, and he commuted to Alexandria every day, and I commuted to Minneapolis. Gas started going up. We were going to have a baby, and I decided, I need to start thinking about a way of how I can be at home with my children and yet still contribute to society and to my family's checkbook. And so when we had the baby, when we had Carl, I had to put him in childcare. And the best place to put him for our financial situation was to bring him to Alexandria. And so my husband was such a trooper. Every day we got Carl ready, put him in the car seat, and his dad would drive an hour and a half to Alexandria while I was in Minneapolis. And it was so hard for me being 3 hours, depending on traffic, away from my little baby. But he was in a great home. His daycare provider, child care provider, was named Leslie, and I called her every day. Every day I called her on my breaks to find out exactly how Carl was doing in child care. And we decided to put our house on the market, and I decided I was going to open up my own child care business. And it was wonderful. So while I closed on my house, I was working on my licensing, I was getting my training, and when we closed on that house, I was ready. I was ready to open up my own business. And it was I was so proud of myself to be able to do that. And it was such a leap of faith because I am a person that needs a constant income stream. I needed to know exactly when and how I was going to get paid. So to take that leap of faith and rely on building a business where I had a good name and could put trust in the community that they would want to bring their children to me, that was probably the hardest part. But we made it work, and it was great. And when we closed on our house, 3 days before we closed on our house, I found out I was going to be pregnant with Cohen. So that was going to be my third child. And so I went in, I started my own business, pregnant. And that was an experience. And when I gave birth, I could only take a week off of work. A week off, but that was a conscious decision. I didn't have enough money saved up to take off 6 weeks. I took a week off, and part of that was because I didn't want my parents to have to go to another child care provider and have to lose those families also. And it was absolutely wonderful. And my first family that I had members was a family on CCAP. And that mother was a recovering meth addict. A recovering meth addict that had turned her life around. She had 5 children. 3 of those had been taken away from her. And she was working on bettering her life. And she worked at a fast food restaurant. And she started work at 4:30 in the morning, which means I had to be up at 4:15 in the morning and be with her children. And I started my day that way. I didn't have to. I could have said I don't want to start my day that early. But I chose to because I believe that children need good places to go. And I wanted to be there for her children. And so there were numerous cases of having these children, the child care assistance program children, in my home. And the thing for me was that I wanted to be able to provide a lot of love and care for those children, because sometimes, as you know, members, those are the children that need the most. They need the most love, they need the most attention, because we want them to succeed in life. We want them to have great opportunities. And I taught my children they can be anything they want to be if they just put their mind to it. And so I would ask children sometimes, what was it that they wanted to grow up and be? And toward the end of my owning my own business, I had mostly boys, and at that age, they were 3 and 4 and 5, and they all wanted to be superheroes. And even I had one little girl, and she wanted to be a superhero too, only because all the other children in my care were boys, and they all wanted to be superheroes. She wanted to be Batman. Anyway, so it was just great. And I had to come up with a motto in my child care, because I had a bully in my child care, and that bully was my own child. And sometimes your own children in that business, it's the hardest. And Carl was obstinate, and he pushed, and he hit, and he was a biter. And so I had to teach my children and my daycare children that it was not okay to be a bully. And so anytime I saw inappropriate activities, I sat them down and we would say, what is it we practice? And they would say, we practice kindness. And that was our motto. Merry little lambs, we practice kindness. And I'm proud to say that last year, my son finished kindergarten. And remember, he was a bully. And I didn't want him to grow up to be a bully. And on that last day of kindergarten, members, a special education teacher came up to me and he goes, I didn't know you were Carl's mom. Mary, your son is a role model for our children here, because he teaches other children on how others should treat those with special needs. And this is a child that used to bite and hit and push. What an honor that was. What an honor that he now can teach other children on what it is to practice kindness. And so when I ran for office, it was very hard because I knew I was going to eventually lose my business. And especially when you're owning your own business, sometimes you don't want to say what party affiliation you belong to, because you don't want to lose business. And eventually, because I was running for office, families drifted on, and also that was the worst time of our economic collapse. And I was also working a couple other jobs, and it was really great. And the hardest part was to give up my job for this job. But I did it because I wanted to be a voice for our children. I wanted our children to have a better future, and so I went in for the kids. I really, truly did. This issue here has woken a sleeping giant. Providers all across the state of Minnesota are so engaged on this issue, and they want to continue their version of the American dream. So members, I ask that you search your heart today. I ask that you do the right thing for the citizens and the businesses of the state of Minnesota. Please do not abdicate your responsibility here. Because you're a voice for your constituents. You are a voice for these business owners. And they want nothing more than this nightmare to go away. And so they're begging you, and I'm asking you, to vote no on this bill. Please do not harm their version of the American dream. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we have heard from the author and the other side that this is just about giving folks a right to vote for a union. But you know what? A union already exists for these business owners, should they so choose. There are 80 members in that union. Already exists, already taken care of. They already have that option available to them. You've also heard arguments from the other side, from Representative Nelson, that this is about professional development. Give them the training that they need. But guess what? The training already exists. There is an association that is here that comes to the Capitol and advocates on behalf of these small business owners, made up of primarily women. They have the training they need, they have the access to the Capitol, everything. So then the question becomes, what problem are we solving here? Why? Why is this being done? First, let's take a look at what this is going to do to these small business owners. We had amendments here that would give them the option that if they did not want to belong to a union and still serve children that receive assistance so that they can get child care, or individuals that need assistance for their day-to-day living, that they would have an option to get out of the union. And Representative Nelson and his supporters said no. In fact, these folks have no option to get out of the union if they ever want to. The window is 270 days to 210 when the contract expires. No option to get out. Instead, what is going to happen is the state tax dollars that we have set aside for the purpose of helping parents find child care, helping individuals, families find the assistance to help care for their disabled loved one, we now are going to say those precious dollars are going to be sent to a union. I'm going to first start off with the personal care attendants. 87% of personal care attendants are helping out a family member or a friend. 87%. What problem are we solving here? Why would a family member need this kind of union in order to care for their family member? Family to family. Instead of those dollars that they've been using to pay for the care that they need for their family member, that money is going to be funneled to the union. And not just the union here in Minnesota, but to the national union. There was a Star Tribune article that said 8 out of every $25 will go to the national union. Those are our state tax dollars designed to help out disabled individuals pay for their care. For our child care business owners, parents that come to them and that have access to CCAP aid, their dollars now are going to be funneled to the union. For the PCAs, it was $8 million, over $8 million that will go to the union. For the children that receive CCAP money so that they can actually get good quality daycare, $5 million, and that's a conservative estimate. We saw it in the press. So we're talking about $13 million designated for the care of disabled individuals, dedicated for the care of children that need a little extra help in order to afford daycare, now going out of their hands and into the hands of unions. I think we just figured out the why here. Because it certainly isn't about the option of forming a union. They already have that option. It isn't about training, because training is already available. It isn't about providing a voice here at the Capitol, because they already have an association that comes and advocates for them at the Capitol. It's money. All about money. So setting aside the fact that we are going to be unionizing family members, that we are going to be unionizing private business owners and turning them into state employees, no longer private business owners, but now they're going to be state employees as directed in this bill. Let's talk about how this is going to impact middle-class families. Because we heard in the last election cycle that it was going to be all about helping the middle-class families. But guess what, folks? This bill doesn't do it. I pay daycare costs. My son is 5. He'll start kindergarten next year. I got to tell you, daycare is not cheap. It's hard for family members that are both working to afford those costs. But I tell you what, when my son was born, I spent more time figuring out where I was going to place him for daycare than I ever did on deciding what home I was going to buy, what car I've ever purchased, what college I was going to attend. None of that mattered more than the decision I made in choosing my daycare provider, that business owner that was going to be taking care of the most precious person to me. And yet here we are today saying to the middle class and lower class families, we're going to make that decision even more difficult, because guess what? We're going to make it more expensive. Representative Nelson, it's probably been a long time since you've had to pay for daycare costs. It is way expensive. But it's worth it to me because my child is worth it. But here we're going to make it even more challenging for them. We've seen it in other states where child care costs have increased because of decisions like this. On top of it, we're going to be giving low-income families less choice. I'm sure you probably have read the same emails that I've read of providers that have said, these business owners that have said, I don't want to belong to a union. I did not get into this business to belong to a union. I am an independent business owner. So I guess I'm just no longer going to serve children that receive CCAP aid. How is that helping those parents? Having fewer options. And you know, Representative Nelson, for you it might not be a big deal because you live in the metro area, and we are fortunate that we have more options in the metro area than you do in greater Minnesota. But what happens to the person that lives in Grigla? Or Halleck? Or, let's see, Brownton? Or, let's see, Good Thunder? They have very few options on what care is available to them. And if they're a low-income family trying to work a wage, making them drive for an hour or 2 hours to get their kid to daycare, that's not helping them. It's making their situation even worse. They can't find care that's nearby. They're going to have to drive farther distances. And then you know what? Then they're spending less time with their child. This is not about the middle class. This is not about helping lower income families. It goes back to the money. $13 million. I just want to read one of the emails that I got, and this one was from a husband taking care of his wife for several years. She unfortunately had some health problems. And he said, I went out and got the training that I needed to care for my wife because it was more important for me to keep her in the home with me. It was the commitment we made to each other. He says, speaking as a former Teamster member, I take it as a personal violation, this legislation that is being heard. Folks, use your head. Common sense. You know the right thing to do is to vote no today.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I think we're learning a big lesson with the legislation that's in front of us today. As Representative Anderson said, the only winner in this scheme is the unions, SEIU and AFSCME. They're the only winners. $8 to $13 million in union dues, 55,000 workers that overnight with the passage of this become so-called union workers, and 55,000 is in the fiscal note. So I've seen there have been several other numbers out there. And then control really of $400 million of reimbursement rates, reimbursement funds to child care providers and PCAs. The question is, who's in control of a lot of our state government dollars? And we can see it's very transparent. We've got a bunch of unions. Members, providers do not want this because they know the unions cannot provide them anything they don't already have. And the roundtable that I held with my child care providers, there were 4, uninvited guests who sat at the back of the room, and finally my providers asked, wait, why should we join a union? What can you do for us? And their answer was, we can do whatever you want, which is somewhat of a misrepresentation, I would say, given that really they're not in a position to do much at all. And the daycare providers said, we don't want anything from you. We don't want anything. Please leave us alone. And you can check with other states to see how what have they done with reimbursement rates. Nothing much has happened. So the facts are really in. This is very obviously a scheme to sweep more dollars, more taxpayer dollars into the hands of the unions. And you begin to question, I guess, the whole premise for a lot of government programs. If this is somewhat the foot in the door, really, are we just putting these programs together, finding service providers for government to deliver services, and then turning it into an opportunity for unions to gain? Pretty scary stuff, if you ask me. So, members, I think the lesson is pretty simple. And we're seeing government, frankly, at its ugliest and most brutish. This is just shocking. So you've got big unions and big government double teaming small business owners. The bottom line is, folks, what's happening is we're taking taxpayer dollars that are intended to help small children and the vulnerable elderly and disabled, and we're giving them over to the union. Please vote no.
The member from Carver, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. I rise to speak against this bill, and I'd like to start by giving you a visual of all of the legislation, the scope of the legislation that's been considered within the past 2 days. Didn't want to drop this huge stack, but I think this puts in perspective the magnitude of the issues that we've been considering. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to take me a while to reflect on what this legislative majority has done to the hardworking taxpayers, not only within my district, but throughout the state, many of whom are small business owners. And now this, a move toward unionization of a significant, an important segment of our business owners. Representative Nelson, I have a great deal of respect for you. I'm grateful to have served on your Government Operations Committee. And a committee that you chaired and that I really worked hard on. I really enjoyed the experience. And I have to say, you've definitely done the heavy lifting this session for the public sector unions, including on this bad piece of legislation, which has the potential to change our state, and in a heartfelt way, I have to say, not in a good way. And I've heard you say how good this could be for the workers. And I'm sure you'll not be surprised to hear me share that I believe this legislation would be bad for the vast majority of the hard workers in the child care industry business. And these are small business owners within our state. Members, I've spoken with so many child care providers, in fact, several of whom are outside today. And they've been at the Capitol here day after day. Many of whom have felt bullied into a circumstance that they never anticipated they would find themselves in. And they feel that they're worried about what might be done to them against their will. They've been watching and have seen my Democrat colleagues follow in lockstep and have voted against critical amendments one after another over the course of the last 2 days. In fact, again today. I've taken a look at the roll call votes, and I've noticed that has occurred, and it's disturbing to me. Members, I can't imagine how you could possibly deny the plea of these child care providers, small business owners within our state. We've all been inundated with phone calls, with emails, with visits, and it's so compelling. Most are dependent upon us to search our hearts, to do the right thing, and clearly they've made a compelling argument. I ask that you follow your intuition as you cast your vote, recognizing the large number of lives that you're about to touch and impact. In fact, clearly this is a call to action. From where will you seek guidance to do the right thing? Please listen to your heart as you answer the call and vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And well, we know that this bill has great controversy surrounding it, and we've debated it for going on 3 days here, I believe. And I would just ask members on the other side to really do the right thing in this vote. I see this unionization of self-employed people, mostly women-owned businesses, as an assault on women-owned businesses. These women are capable of running their own business. They understand their own bottom line. And for many of them, it's, as Representative Franzen said, they're realizing the American dream. I even got an email here from a woman whose mother, she grew up with a mother that provided in-home daycare, and that is what she has dreamed of doing ever since. But she is saying, you know, if this becomes law, I'm not going to realize my dream, because I won't be part of this. These women set their own rates, they set their own hours, they determine their own working conditions. They purchase their own private benefits, they write their own contracts with their clients, and they set up and attend training. They do not need a union. And then we've brushed briefly on the tactics that have been used, the door-to-door tactics. And, you know, for women to be, these women-owned businesses, to be in fear when these union representatives come, they put their foot in the door and won't let them close the door. They come during lunch hours, they won't go away. These women are fearful. And I was looking into this, and I looked at some of ASME's tips that they provide in one of their handbooks on what you should do when you're trying to persuade people to join the union. It says, don't call ahead. Try to make the visit last at least 30 to 40 minutes. And bring a committee person or another person with you. Involve the worker's family. And, you know, I just think those are unscrupulous tactics, regardless of what federal law says to protect us from criminals. Where's the courtesy and the kindness? And if you're wanting to persuade someone to join you, is that the kind of tactics, fear tactics that you want to use? The number one thing, though, I think that bothers me about this whole thing is saying that this is in the best interest of the kids. And this is not what is in the best interest of kids. I've got we've all gotten emails, and I've got an email here from a woman who lives in rural Minnesota, and she says that she's had 3 providers tell her that if this passes, that she'll quit, and their county only has 21 providers. Now, if you take an area like where Representative Fabian lives, and how large and spread out those counties are, and how sporadic the population is, where are these people? Are they going to drive 50 miles just to take their child to a daycare? This is not what's best for our kids. The other thing one of the other things that concerns me is that you're setting this whole thing up for legal challenges that aren't necessary. We have a report here, a 3-page testimony dated May 3rd from Doug Seaton. He is like one of the state's most renowned labor lawyers, and he says at the first sentence of his testimony, the proposed legislation is squarely preempted by federal law. So not only are we taking a controversial issue that is bad for children, bad for small business owners, bad for our state, but we're going to get into legal matters and have unnecessary lawsuits. And the next question I have, and I'll leave it with this, is who's next? Who's next on the union target? My husband and I have owned some real estate in the past, and we've taken some folks that receive subsidized rent. Are we next? I don't know, Representative Nelson, are we next? Are landlords next? Since we receive public subsidies from the people that we rent to make their housing affordable? I encourage a no vote.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker and members, when I was a young teenager, I gave myself a challenge to make every cake in the Betty Crocker cookbook. And I got so much praise and kudos. My older brother, 2 years older, wanted to make a cake, and so he announced he was going to make a silver white cake. I just cleared out of the kitchen, went to my bedroom, but after a while, I smelled the most awful smell, and I went to investigate what was going on. In the kitchen, I found smoke billowing out of the oven. There were 3 round cake pans, all bubbling over like a science project gone wild. Mr. Speaker and members, some people think that you have a little bit is good, a lot is better. And with baking powder and government, it simply isn't so. Mr. Speaker and members, this bill is government gone wild. Last summer, as I went through my neighborhood and went through the community, I talked with many child care business owners, most of them women, and they told me that they were angry with the governor's executive order to unionize child care providers. Then they told me that they were greatly relieved when the courts overturned that executive order and called it unconstitutional. Now I have been getting not 20 to 1, more like 30 to 1 emails and contacts from child care providers, business owners, independent family-run businesses saying that, no, we don't need this, we don't want this. They're saying it's too expensive. It will increase the cost of child care, and it will reduce options. They have been pleading with me, please vote no. And on their behalf, I plead with you, please vote no.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Well, members, what a session this has been. We on this side of the aisle were pretty concerned in November when we learned that the DFL and the governor would have all the power here in St. Paul. Why were we concerned? Well, one of the reasons was what we are debating today, what we're talking about here today, that the DFL would continue in their quest to unionize daycare providers. And I asked myself a question, really, would every Democrat vote to support this unionization, even against their constituents? Even against the will of the people? A lot of things have happened this session that I disagree with strongly. And a lot of things have happened that will hurt businesses and families. I guess we're learning the answer. You know, I know we don't have time and I won't do this, but I'd really like to ask every member on the other side of the aisle to yield to see who has really heard from a majority of their constituents that they're in favor of this. I just am really curious if any one of you over there has heard for over 50% or even over 20% of people in your districts that really want unionization of child care providers. We see on the news every day, outlets everywhere across the state, that people are opposed to this. And really, frankly, quite surprised that this bill is even before us today. And people ask me every day, what and why are they doing this? And you know, to tell you the truth, I've been here for 3 days listening to this, and I can't answer that question. I can't tell them. The only thing that I can say is that this looks like union payback. What a blight on the process. This is not what the people want. It isn't what makes sense for independent small business owners. And it flies in the face of over 85% of the people, and yet that doesn't seem to matter. One email that I got asked a question, very, very sincerely. Do representatives generally vote their consciences, their constituents, what their party tells them to do, or whoever gives them the most money? I think we're learning the answer to that question today, members, and it's very, very disheartening. You know, I have a disabled child, and we didn't use the PCA program, but I've talked to very, very many folks that do in my district, and they all tell me that this is not necessary. People don't see a reason for this, and it's going to cost more money to the state of Minnesota to do this. So members, I'm afraid to say I'm ashamed to be a part of the process this year. I'm here, and I assume that the vast majority, if not all of us, are here because we want to do good for the people of Minnesota. It is looking very likely that the answer to this question, we're going to make a decision today, not both based on what's good for the most people in Minnesota, but on who gives us the most money. You know, in a couple of recent debates, we've heard people say that they made their decision based on what the testimony was on the floor and things that they heard on the floor. And I hope that's really the case today, members. I hope that you've all been listening and that you're going to make your decisions not based on what your party's telling you to do or what you thought you were going to do, but what you've really heard today. And as my other friends have said today, I hope that you're searching your hearts and your consciences and that you're voting today on what you believe is the absolute right thing for the people. Please vote no.
Representative Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this bill is misguided and irresponsible. This bill places unions and government between child care business owners and their clients. The bill doesn't unionize employees within a business, but rather seizes upon a government subsidy revenue stream and then awkwardly attempts to legitimize this money grab by simply saying that a home child care business is now a government employee. Unbelievable. Members, simply saying an independent business is an employee of the government doesn't make it so. Members, I handed out to you the IRS guidelines, the audit guidelines that categorize for the IRS auditors how they should approach different types of child care businesses when they do their audits. You can see very clearly that they are required to fill out a Schedule C. They are required to consider business use of the home in filling out their taxes. They are required to properly categorize the wage and compensation of the employees within their business. It is very clear that they are a business. I talked to the child care providers that are here, the business owners that are here outside the chamber doors. And they outline very clearly, they go to the Secretary of State and they fill out an assumed name for their business. And every one of them fills out a Schedule C with their taxes. These are independent Minnesota businesses. Members, you also see on your desk a copy of Doug Seaton's memo, and Representative Scott was talking about it. But if you look at page 2 of the memo, he says state laws are preempted by the National Labor Relations Act when they concern conduct that is actually or arguably either protected or prohibited by the NLRA. Then he goes on to say the very home-based child care providers who are to vote on unionization and could pay union dues as a consequence are employees who are prohibited by the NLRA from any such activity. Their membership in the union would provide interference in financial contributions that are explicitly banned under Section 8A2. Members, he goes on to point out that employer-paid union dues are in direct violation as well of the Taft-Hartley Act and a direct affront to federal law that is clearly preempted and cannot be enforced. And members, he finalizes in summary and says, basically, if this is passed into law, expect the lawsuit to be dropped as soon as it's enacted. Members, this bill is destined for failure. The attempt by the Democrat majority to bully child care business owners is irresponsible and will set our state up for financial liability that the hard-working taxpayers of Minnesota cannot afford.
Representative Fitzsimmons.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And fellow members, I'd made a bet with Representative McDonald at the beginning of the session that I could go all session without talking, and so since I lost that bet, I may as well speak again here today. The people of my district that I see that this will impact aren't the top 1%, they aren't the top 2%. They're people that have, they generally work in the city, in Minneapolis, in Plymouth, and Maple Grove, and they've gone to where they can find a house that they can afford, that they can raise a family in to the best of their ability. And they're mostly two-parent working families. And every additional dollar that goes on to what they have to pay to live their life it equates to minutes away they have to spend from their children. And raising my son, I found that it was always a hard decision on how much I had to work to take care of him, between how much time I could spend enjoying playing with him. And sometimes he would wake me up after I got home from work. I had fallen asleep and taken a nap, and he'd say, "Daddy, it's time to play." And that's a struggle that people go through. They have to be able to afford child care. And there's things, gas prices are skyrocketing. It's a huge difficulty. And again, these aren't people that are extremely wealthy. They're people that live right on the edge of what they can do to have a good life for their family. There's unions and there's associations that exist that people can join, and they can take part in to advance what they want to do with their business. But right now, this is their business, and what I see this bill as is a mechanism that a majority is going to be able to force a minority on how to operate the way that they see fit, and I find that troubling. And there's just one simple thing that I'll ask you, is that before you take this vote, you examine yourself and you do it for the right reason. You don't do it because someone told you. You don't do it because it's the easier thing when you go back to caucus, because that's not always the right thing. And I ask that you do that you're prepared to go back and to tell a provider, tell a family that struggles to pay child care costs, that you can look them in the eye and say you believe you did the right thing. Thank you, members.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, no surprise, I'm not going to be supporting this bill. Would encourage everyone to cast a red vote. And I think that if you listen to the people outside, they're saying, we're still here, we're still here. And they're going to be here today, and they're going to be here tomorrow, and they're going to be in your districts when you go home, and they're going to be in your districts next year, and they're going to be saying, we're still here. The moms, the dads, the kids, the providers are all going to be saying, we're still here. And they're going to be saying, what were you thinking? Members, this is a wrong way bill. It is ham-handed. It is being forced on the last day of the legislature to be voted upon. This was tried to be accomplished through executive authority. The court said that that was illegal. It was overstepping. It was tried to be forced through against the will of the people through this body, and it's a shame that it is being brought up on the last day. It was brought to the attention. We had WCCO radio ask the bill's author, why are we doing this? Isn't this just a union payback? The response was chilling. Said, well, I suppose there's some of that. You know, you try to take care of your friends and their issues. That was the response. Not no, not this is on the best interest of the children, not no, this is about workers. This is about taking care of your friends. But all of you, as I look across the aisle and as you're looking down, your grandmas, your grandpas, your parents, your uncles, there's little kids. And if you're a parent like I'm a parent, you've probably been in the position of having your kid in daycare. My wife works full-time, I work full-time. We've gotten the calls that said, your daughter has a fever, somebody needs to come and pick her up. So you have to make those decisions. This is real, folks. This is real. You are getting into a different area. This isn't just raising taxes. This isn't making it longer for a building permit to show up. My wife talks to about 25 people a day. They have something in common. They're all moms. She delivers babies for a living. And this one issue has gotten more attention from any other issue that we work on here because you're sticking your nose into families' businesses. You're sticking your nose into families' homes. And you're sticking your nose into small businesses all at the same time. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Members, this is really heading in the wrong direction. We've just got a very, very short period of time left. I would encourage you, those of you on the fence, on the other side of the aisle, to listen to your consciences, listen to your constituents, listen to your grandkids, listen to your kids with kids, listen to your nephews and nieces saying, you know, this is a home business, this is a mom trying to take care of a kid. I have a constituent in my district. He didn't ask for his kid to be disabled. His ex-wife pushed the kid down the stairs, had a traumatic brain injury, had to stay home. He will be disabled his entire life. My constituent stayed home and tries to raise this child as best he can. He's the only person that can now take care of this child. He's over 200 pounds and is violent. We've got moms in our districts, moms in my neighborhood, moms on my block that are wondering why we're doing this. Members, please listen to your constituents. Please listen to your constituents, listen to your family members, listen to the people outside who are saying, we're still here.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the author of the bill has made his case for what he believes is not only necessary but needed in the bill. And I would maintain that it may be what he is saying, maybe it was what is in his head, but it is not what is in his heart. Members, this is an absolute lust to unionize a business, and it has absolutely made you lose your perspective, both personal and political. As Representative Dean said, go to an event. For those of you who are in the suburban area, there's soccer, there's dance recitals, there's hockey, there's you name it. In the last 2 weeks, at Will's hockey practice, 2 dads and a mom, why are you guys going to raise the cost of my daycare? Will's baseball game on Tuesday night. One of the moms sitting next to us in the stands. Hey, I heard you guys are going to unionize daycare. You better not vote for that. She was holding a bat, so I said, absolutely not. I'm not voting for it. At Reagan's dance recital on Saturday, and you might know there's a few moms there who have a lot of involvement in daycare. One after the other, after the other, after the other. Why are you guys unionizing daycare centers? Then Reagan had a birthday party. Again, a bunch of moms like Representative Dean. Everybody there had one thing in common. They were a mom with a small child who had either been in daycare or was currently in daycare. Every single mother, 8 of them, asked me, why are you unionizing daycares? And then today on the House floor, this is where your political perspective or your personal perspective has absolutely gone out the window. This is a lust to unionize a business. You voted against keeping people who have committed crimes of murder in the first degree, manslaughter, domestic abuse, domestic assault by strangulation, kidnapping, solicitation, inducement, promotion of prostitution, solicitation of a child to engage in sexual conduct, malicious punishment of a child, neglect, endangerment, and felony level stalking. You voted against those people coming to the doors of the very people who are caring for our children. As I said to Representative Moline, I don't care if there are 50 federal laws that say it. It should absolutely be a part of this bill right next to the membership. You're going to go out there and solicit. These people should not have one opportunity to be in front of you. So when I asked when Ms. Steph and Ms. Cayley asked, and as Representative Dean said, it's not about just the moms that run it or the 2 people that run it together. It's about the dads. So Chris and Mike, their husbands, are also part of the business. So they went through and they said, well, Kurt, what is it all about then? Because I don't understand this part. If one of the kids comes home from college in summer and they now work for him, they own the business together, now he would be unionized? So do you know what it's really about, Steph and Cayley? 2 things. Membership and money. Membership and money. Here's a group of people that we want to get because they got money. We want the money. Well, to those of you in the suburban areas, and especially in rural areas, you go to church on Sunday. How long does it take you to leave church on Sunday when you go home? Especially during session. How about when you run through the grocery store? Grigla, Argyle, Climax. Down there in Wadamingo. You go through there maybe half an hour, maybe 45 minutes extra to talk about the issues of the day. This is going to come up, folks. And you think these people aren't going to remember? You have awakened a mass of people who were previously not engaged in politics like you have no idea. You think they're loud out there today, in the last couple of days. Wait till you get home. You just wait till you get home. You start messing with people's kids. Then you start messing with their budget, their family budget that takes care of the most important thing in the world to them. You're going to see passion, folks. And I hope the money and the membership are worth it. But today I'm asking on behalf of Ms. Steph and Ms. Cayley, please vote no.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'm not going to talk about the details of the bill. We've talked about that enough. I'm going to talk about what it takes to make a tough vote today. And I'm going to implore members on this side of the aisle to search your hearts and your conscience and to make what I believe for you may be the courageous vote of this session and to vote no. You know, I recently received a card in the mail, and it was with regards to a recent vote we had here in the House, and it said, on the front of it was like, women are like tea bags. You don't know their strength until they get into hot water. And, you know, that struck me that I was really thinking, there's another woman who has kind of demonstrated her strength, and she's someone maybe you know. Her name is Kathy Stevens, and she was vice president of the Minnesota Child Care Providers Together, the Ask Me Local 3400 union that was formed to try to unionize licensed child care providers who work from their home. Kathy is a home care licensed provider. She's in Crow Wing. She's a lifelong union supporter, something like 44 years. She is a believer. And she saw the tactics that were being used to carry this out. And she stepped up and she said, you know what? I am not anti-union. I don't want anybody to think that I am. But I cannot support what is AFSCME's purpose and their mission right now with this effort. I'm not okay with what they are doing. She's proud of her profession. She's proud of what they've done. But she said, we don't want to use people just to get what we want. We don't want to use people. I don't know how much more profound you can get than that. She supports the union. You can support the union and vote no on this bill. So members, please, be courageous. Be courageous. Take the right vote. Unions exist for a lot of good purposes, but they are not in existence to take government benefits and the safety net that we've established to help children, to help the sick and the disabled, the economically disadvantaged. Vote no.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, thank you for a good discussion. Everyone really seems to be following along in this critical debate that we're having today. And a lot of us have been waiting for this moment. Some of us have been hoping it would never come. But members, as we wrap up, I'm left with a lot of questions. I'm puzzled by a lot of things that I've heard on the floor, the lack of things that I've heard on the floor. I'm shocked that many people today took a vote to put in extra protections for our kids in child care facilities, protections against dangerous people, people with pasts that we would never want coming into close contact with our kids. And members, that vote was taken, that's done, it's not in the bill, and it's extremely unfortunate. But I just want to clarify one thing that was said then. It was said, you know, there are salespeople, campaign people that maybe go to these folks' doors, child care workers' doors, the doors where elderly adults live or disabled or vulnerable adults live, where PCAs are working, people that come to their door every day that we do not ask for background checks. We don't demand this. Why are we demanding it of union workers or volunteers? But members, I just want to highlight there is a very big difference between those folks and the people who might be soliciting support for unionization. The people that are going to be going door to door under this bill, members, are going to have high-level access to information about where there are homes on a daily basis that have multiple vulnerable children in their care every day. So if someone does get through the cracks because they're a volunteer who signed up and told the union, hey, I'll help go to door to door for two weeks or whatever the case might be, they're not on the payroll necessarily, but they're volunteering and we don't have guarantees that there's background checks done there. Guess what? That volunteer now all of a sudden has lists of all the homes in who knows how big of a radius where there are vulnerable children every single day or vulnerable adults every single day. They have that list in their possession that they can do whatever they want with. Members, I'm puzzled by what happened with that vote and why we would not take every measure we can to put protections in place for our kids and vulnerable adults that will be very much affected by this bill. Members, I've been puzzled by the fact that I haven't heard much in the way of arguments from your side of the aisle, from Representative Nelson, of what's in the best interest of kids here and what's in the best interest of vulnerable adults. I've heard a lot about union protections that are in place, how this might increase professionalism, even though I have not heard from a single child care provider or PCA who feels like they're lacking in professionalism. I haven't heard from a parent that has said, you know what, I don't feel like there's enough quality child care people out there. They're not professional enough. Put the unions in place to bring these people up to speed. And I would love to start seeing emails from your side of the aisle if that exists. I haven't seen a single one. I'm shocked that as people on this side of the aisle have gone through email after email, and many of them I know they're copying all of us in, so I know you guys are seeing the plumes of emails coming into your email inboxes just like we are. of people saying, vote no, please vote no, don't do this to us. I haven't heard a single person stand up with a stack or even reference that they might have a pile of emails in their inbox asking for this. So members, I'm puzzled. I haven't heard that refuted once. I haven't heard that mentioned once, that there's people out there begging for this that even comes close to the people who are begging for this to be defeated today. I don't understand why we're not listening to the people that are both outside and the people that are behind their computers at home, fast and furiously trying to get our attention to say vote no. Members, I'm a mom of a little girl and soon to be of a little boy that I drop off every day at childcare. And I am so blessed that, one, my husband and I can afford that without subsidies at this point in time. And I'm so blessed that I get to choose any childcare I want to, and that I've chosen a place that my daughter loves, she looks forward to going to every day. I know she's being taught good manners, she's being taught educational material, she's being protected. I am blessed that I get to walk in those shoes right now. And members, my heart breaks for the moms who, right now at this point in their time, they take CCAP dollars. And if this goes through, they will start making calls a year from now, 2 years from now, and they will hear, I'm sorry, I can't accept you if you take government subsidies. I'm sorry, my back was put up against the wall. I didn't want to pay union dues. I didn't want to be forced through regulations that I don't agree with. So you're going to have to find someone else. My heart breaks for the mom that will make call after call after call, particularly in rural areas like Representative Anderson pointed out, and they will be refused time after time after time. And what are the unions going to do for us then, members? Force people to become child care providers? Are we as a legislature going to have to force people to be unionized no matter what to fix that problem? Members, I'm just asking you to put yourself in the shoes of those providers and those parents and the lack of options we're giving them today. We're putting the providers' backs against the wall. We're putting low-income families in very likely impossible situations where they'll have to quit their job or stop school or whatever, put their child first, because today we're not putting them first. That's wrong, members. I'm asking you to find the moral courage of what's best for those low-income families, the people that we show up for every day saying we're fighting for. We are not fighting for them today, members. We're letting them down. We're going against everything we say we want to do for low-income families. Low-income families who are raising up the next generation, the next group of young people that we're going to be putting through our school systems, trying to close the achievement gap with, prepare for our next growing economy, global economy. Members, we're undercutting them today with this vote. Members, this bill is not, as many might feel, about being against the union. It's not. Representative Loom pointed out unions serve a lot of good purposes. But members, this bill is about freedom and fairness for our small business owners. And the biggest problem with this bill, members, I would have no problem with this bill if it was fair. But the way it's written, the cards are stacked in the union's favor. And that's not fair. It's not right. They don't want this. Members, we've heard time and time again that unions have the right, or I'm sorry, child care providers have the right to unionize. One already exists. And the fact of the matter is, if a union really put their nose to the grindstone and proved themselves, the child care workers out there, hey, we can serve a purpose for you. We can really make a difference. And they gather the numbers. They do the hard work that's involved in growing the kind of momentum that they show up here. You show up here with a group of 5, 8, 10,000 child care providers behind you and a list of their names, and you do the hard work that would require. You're going to have the ear of this legislature. You're going to have the ear of the governor. We see it happen all the time with coalitions across the state. They don't have unions backing them up, but they do the hard work of gathering a coalition. Members, what this bill does is it makes it real easy for the unions to go in and coerce. It basically shorts out the hard work that they'd have to do to build that coalition to prove themselves. It instead tells us Hey, don't trust us. The unions will do this for you. Just believe us. They don't have to prove themselves to you. Just trust us. You need to be unionized. This is what's best for everybody. Just go with it. Relax. It'll be fine. Members, nothing is stopping these child care providers from doing what you're saying this bill will do for them. Just requires a little bit more work on the hands of the unions. And I think that's a fair ask for something of like this type of a magnitude. It provides freedom, provides choice, and provides the unions to do this if they want to do it. It just doesn't mandate anyone. And it doesn't put those providers and parents' backs against the wall like what this bill is going to do. Members, I'm really hoping that this vote goes differently than what I'm assuming it's going to go in the next couple of minutes. And I know it's not an easy vote. I know there's a lot of pressure on both sides. But there is still time, members. And again, I'm asking you for the courage to do that. Not for the unions, not even for all the arguments against what we want to do, protecting small businesses. Do it for the low-income parents, members. I've looked at the data from across the states that have done this. It is not a pretty picture for low-income families, members, 2 years down the road if this goes through. Many of you in this room are parents. Many of you are past the days of sending your kids into child care, but you now have kids that send their kids into child care. And you worry and you wonder if they're going to be taken care of, that they're going to be protected. And I'm hoping most of us in this room have the assurance that that is a wonderful experience for your grandkids, your kids that go every day. And all I'm asking, members, is that we protect the ability of all parents, no matter your income level, that all parents have the assurance and the access to that kind of quality care. I want to thank all of the child care providers, whether you're unionized or ununionized. Thank you for engaging in this discussion. Thank you for informing us. Thank you for being there. And after this vote today, please stay engaged because we need your input on how this is going to impact you. Please stay engaged no matter the output of this vote. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for being such great teachers to all of us in this room. You know what you do way better than any of us do on a daily basis. Thank you for taking care of our kids so we can go to work, so that we can send our constituents to work or they can send themselves to work. Thank you for taking care of the kids of this state. Members, please vote against this bill.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for the good discussion on the bill that's before us. I rise in support of Senate File 778. Members, just read the bill. We are not forming a union here today. We are authorizing people the right to vote on whether or not they want to enter into a collective bargaining unit. And members, I do feel compelled to speak about women. I heard several comments from the other side of the aisle that this is somehow an assault on women because these are professions that are dominated by women. Members, my county has one of the greatest income inequalities between men and women in the state. And the reason being is that we are an area that is dominated by manufacturing businesses, mining, heavy industry, and those are professions that are traditionally held by men. There's a huge income inequality between men and women in my county and across this state. And members, I believe that this bill is a way to address income inequality. You know what other professions are dominated, or at least historically have been dominated by women? Teaching. And when teachers tried to form a union, there was the same arguments against it. No, you can't do that. You can't form a union. Nursing. Women dominated nursing. And when the nurses tried to form a union, same arguments. You can't do that. You can't form a union. But they did. They came together and they entered into a collective bargaining agreement, and it has brought women out of poverty. It has equaled the playing field, members. And I think of just last year, when the Republicans were in the majority and they tried to undo the reporting requirement for pay equity. And for the first time in the state, women in the public sector are making about the same as men in the public sector. In the private sector, there's still a big difference, but in the public sector, it's about 1 for 1. But last year, the Republican majority tried to undo the reporting requirements for pay equity. So with all due respect, it's a little disheartening to hear that that you are accusing us of attacking women and their profession and their income. Members, the primary job of people who are in a union is teachers, for example. Their primary job is to teach. Nurses, their primary job is to take care of the ill. Child protection workers, their primary job is to keep kids safe. And yes, they happen to be union members. But their primary job is to teach and to take care of the most vulnerable people. And if child care providers and if PCAs choose to form a union, which is what they would be authorized under this bill to do, is simply choose whether or not to enter into a union, their primary job will still be to care for our children. And it will still be to care for the most vulnerable and for the disabled. That will be their job. They're doing it because they love it. That will be their job. But members, what we're talking about here is giving people some stability. 2 years ago, members, in 2011, CCAP payments were cut by $29 million. PCA wages were cut by $57 million. That was the cut that the Court of Appeals actually overturned as a violation of the Equal Protection Clause because it singled out just Minnesotans who happen to be related to disabled people and cut their PCA wages by 20%. Members, our DFL budget increases child care payments by $54 million, restores $7 million of the cuts, and it increases PCA payments by $13 million. Those are all good things. I do believe that these Minnesotans deserve these increases, but I also don't think it's fair to ask PCAs and child care providers to go from legislature to legislature and never know what their reimbursement is going to be. I do think that they deserve stability, and entering into a collective bargaining agreement is one of the things that provides workers with stability so that they can know what their reimbursements are going to be from year to year, and they don't have to never know what the winds of the legislature are going to bring them. Members, yesterday I read to you a letter to the editor from a constituent of mine who also happened to be a former classmate of mine who takes care of her mother. She's one of the ones who had her wages cut by 20%, but then that was, of course, reinstated by the state. And she's just simply asking for the right to vote on whether or not to form a union. And also, contained in that letter, she says, home care workers deserve the right to form a union and negotiate with the state for better conditions and pay, a right they don't currently have. Members, please give Misty and all the other PCA providers out there and the child care workers the opportunity to become part of a bargaining unit and to have a collective voice. Members, please vote yes on Senate File 778.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for this morning's really respectful debate. As usual, I am proud of the work that we're doing despite our strong disagreement on this piece of legislation. Just by way of background, I grew up in a family, a union family. My dad worked at the General Motors plant in Janesville, Wisconsin. He worked on the line. He was a member of the United Auto Workers Union. He's retired now, nice pension. There are 5 kids in my family, and with that job, my dad and my mom raised us in a strong middle-class family, and that's a result of all the work that he did with the people in his union to make sure that their wages and working conditions were that so that they could participate as members of the middle class. My mom, on the other hand, raised us and worked part-time. She worked in a grocery store, she worked in a canning factory, and she worked cleaning houses. None of those jobs paid very well. And in none of those cases did she have the chance to participate in a union. She worked with lots and lots of women. There were lots of women that worked at that canning factory because it fit in time-wise when they were raising their kids. But there was no opportunity for them to organize because they were part-time workers. And as a result, they weren't paid very well, and their working conditions were really difficult. I grew up in a community where there was lots of corn and beans, and that's what they were canning. From my perspective, this is a really simple issue, though it divides us. This is about people who care for our loved ones having the opportunity to have a vote. We, by passing this legislation, will allow them the opportunity to choose whether or not they want to participate in a union to be represented so that they can improve their working conditions
and their wages. And I think we should allow them that choice and not make that for them. As you know, I'm a registered nurse. In 1940, Audrey Lodgson, no longer with us now, was asked as a registered nurse to be responsible for paying for any glass that broke that she was using to care for the patients in the hospital over in Minneapolis where she worked. And back then, almost everything that was used by the nurses, syringes, IV bottles, the things they made medicine in, were glass. And if they were broken, if that was broken in the course of doing the work, it was deducted from the nurse's wages. And she said she didn't think that was right. And she started to work to organize a union, and she was successful, and it took her a long time. And nursing in Minnesota as a result of Audrey's work, and that came after Audrey, so many nurses working to improve not only their wages and their working conditions, but really the practice of nursing. They have made nursing so much stronger in Minnesota than we see in other parts of the country. And I have worked with nurses from across the country, and I know that the conditions for work, the pay for nurses, but mostly the practice itself, is better here in Minnesota than it is in lots and lots of places. And that's because the nurses as a profession came together and said, we're going to act together collectively to improve those things and use our ability to negotiate with the employer, the hospitals, to make sure that we're not working 2 and 3 shifts back to back, and we're not fatigued when we're taking care of patients. And we're going to make sure that staffing is the way that it needs to be so we can do the job that we need to do professionally to care for patients. And that's the choice that I think we should give to the PCAs and to the home care workers. Their choice, their vote. There are a lot of women that are taking care of the disabled and taking care of children. If we pass this law, all we're saying is it is their choice. And as women and professionals, we should give them that choice and not make that for them, so that they can improve their profession and they can ensure that they're doing the work that they can do professionally to do the best job for our kids and the disabled. And that's why I support this. When we're done today, they may choose to organize, they may choose not to organize. That is out of our hands. It is their choice as professionals, as Minnesotans. We should give them that choice and not make that for them. That's why I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It has been a good discussion these last few days. And as Representative Murphy said, I want to thank you all for the respectful debate that we've had. Let us recap what has brought us here. Personal care attendants and daycare providers have suffered from cuts from the legislature year after year. And because of that, they approached the unions to figure out what could be done to stop these cuts. Without the right to bargain, there was very little that the unions could do to help them. 2 years ago, Governor Dayton was told by the courts that he could not, by executive order, grant these people that right. And furthermore, that for that to happen, it could only be done by the legislature. So that's what this bill does. It grants those providers who get state subsidies it gives them the chance to form a bargaining unit. It does not tell parents or providers how to raise their kids or care for them. It does not tell PCA clients who they have to hire. It just gives them, and it also does not form or create a union or force anyone into one. It just gives those that have expressed an interest the chance to have a vote on whether or not they want to form a union. Let me repeat that. This is about personal care attendants and child care providers getting the right on whether they can vote or not to vote to have a union. I was asked a question about the governor a few days ago, and my response, it's been talked about here, has been distorted and taken out of context. Let me make it clear. Democrats are on the side of working people. We believe in giving Minnesotans who wish to bargain collectively for better working conditions the opportunity to have an election. That's what this bill is all about. If you support these workers in their right to decide for themselves what is best for them, and for those they care for, then vote yes.
Clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 66 nays, the bill is passed. Its title agreed to.
Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker! Yeah, Mr. Speaker? Yes.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
go ahead and applaud. That's right. Go ahead and let them applaud. Mr. Speaker.
Stop.
Right.
Stop.
Let them
Mr.
applaud.
Speaker,
They own
clear the
place. They
deck,
might as
Mr.
well.
Speaker.
We're not in charge of it. Let them applaud. They own the place.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Scott,
point of order.
state your point of order.
Could you ask them to leave? They were out of order, and I think that's your responsibility in this chamber to ask them to leave the chambers.
So they are stopping and they're filing out. Next bill on the calendar for the day.
This is the Simon motion. Simon moves that House File 894, as amended by conference, be taken from the table. Conference Committee, House File 894, an act relating to elections.
Representative Simon move. So the conference committee report on this has been adopted. We gave it a third reading. The motion is to take it from the table. Representative Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I think the proper motion is to move to take it from the table. Is
Right.
that correct? Okay.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're kind of picking up here where we left off last night, and thanks for your patience. You may recall we were getting into this bill, the elections bill. We had already moved to adopt the conference report, and then there was a agreed-upon motion to table the bill, and that was simply because there was a hiccup over on the Senate side on a related bill. That's been resolved now, so there's no reason to not go forward with this. Members, I don't know that it requires really further explanation. You heard last night, if you recall, I know it's been a whirlwind past couple of days, but you recalled the comments from Representative Sanders and others about the bill. This bill is substantially similar to when it left the House. It came back with an even stronger provision from the Senate, from Senator Kiffmeyer, on the experiment with poll books, and it came back without some of the county-level bills, although I have resolved with the authors of those county-level bills to take those up as standalone bills. If we can't fit it in today, then as soon as possible at the beginning of next session. So that really is it, members, and I thank you for your support.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Simon yield to a question?
Representative Simon?
Yes.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, as you know, you'll probably guess the question that I'm going to ask. Last year, I had a piece of legislation that made the fix to Edina because, unfortunately, the state Supreme Court, or not the state Supreme Court, the redistricting court, when they put together their redistricting plan, they made the same mistake that they had made 10 years prior to that, dividing a senior home in half, neighbors across the hall being in one legislative district than the other. It also made a fix to the Stillwater area that you have in this bill as well. In that bill on the House floor, it passed with bipartisan support for the most part, but mostly the folks on your aisle, including yourself, voted against it. We received a letter when it was sent to the governor for his signature stating that he thought that this was the wrong thing to do in making this fix. I'm asking if you've had a conversation with the governor and what has changed since just a year ago when he vetoed this bill. If you could answer that, please.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson. Yes, I remember we had the same exchange when it went through on the way. I have not had a conversation with the governor's office. I did this as a courtesy to Representative Detmer, who asked that this provision be in the bill. It seemed very reasonable to me, and to Representative Rosenthal, who had the similar concern. I have not asked the governor's office, but I would imagine that the stance would be different per a standalone bill as it would be in something like this. I just don't know. So no, I have not spoken with anyone from the governor's office.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Simon. As you know, I'm a big supporter of this piece in the bill. However, there are a lot of other provisions within this bill that I have grave concerns. First off, it has a provision that basically gives a blank check to the Secretary of State to do a portion of his job that he should do anyway. There's also a host of other issues. We are taking down the integrity of our voting system with this bill. That's why I will be voting no, despite the fact that I support that provision in the bill. Hopefully you'll be more successful with the governor than I was. But members, I'm voting no on this bill, and I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Seeing no... Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to encourage all members to vote green on this. I think this is a bill that should be have good bipartisan support up on the board, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Simon.
Well, thank you, members. I know we have other business to cover. I just want to thank Representative Sanders for being really a great bipartisan partner on this. I think it was a great exercise, this whole session, constructing this bill on a bipartisan basis. And, we laid bills over multiple times, not just once, in committee to get it right and to make sure that Republicans and Democrats bought into the contents. I've not seen that on any other committee. I've seen bills laid over once, but not twice and three times. We did that. And we did that because we wanted to make sure things moved through the process with support, and if possible, unanimous support, not just bipartisan support. And I want to thank Representative O'Driscoll as well, and Representative Doubt, who served on this committee, and he was an integral part too. So I know there's not everyone can agree with every provision, but I hope you'll be satisfied that overall this is a strong and bipartisan bill, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 99 ayes and 32 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference, and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules offers the following resolution and moves its adoption. Resolution relating to facilities. Coded R15.
A copy of the resolution is on each member's desk. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. At the end of session, we do some resolutions in order to get our house in order once we've departed, and this is the first of those. The R15 resolution deals with facilities and gives the chief clerk, under the direction of the Speaker, the ability to maintain house facilities in within the Capitol complex, and I would ask for your support. This is a perfunctory resolution that we do at the end of session.
On the report on facilities, motion to adopt. Any discussion? Representative Leidinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the majority leader, please.
Representative Leidinger, she'll yield.
Madam Majority Leader, does this mean union members can use these facilities in the retiring room? Are we going to be seeing a lot of union members over here now? Is that what this bill is including?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The resolution speaks about youth in government, girls' state, young leaders organizations, 4-H leadership, organizations such as that. Organizations that have used this facility in the past with strong bipartisan support.
Representative Leidinger.
Could she please repeat the answer? I couldn't hear it.
Yes, she will. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Leidinger. And I think if you look at the resolution itself, it makes reference to organizations. The YMCA, Youth in Government, Girls State, Young Leaders Organization, and 4-H Leadership Conference. These are organizations that have repeatedly used this facility for events and have had strong bipartisan support.
Representative Leidinger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are very good organizations, and I'm glad to see that the facilities will be used by these organizations. And I hope that we're not going to see this further infiltration of other organizations using the facilities. I think what we have seen is an absolute sham, and it cannot continue. We have to do better.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if this is a point of order, a point of personal, or point of parliamentary inquiry, but I'm looking at these documents, and it says Aaron Murphy, Chair, underneath, but the signature says Jay Benson. Just wondering if someone could explain that to me.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Scott. Representative Benson is the Vice Chair of the Rules Committee, and the day that we adopted these resolutions in the Rules Committee, he was serving as the Chair, and so has appropriately signed the documents.
All right, hold on. All right, all those in favor of Resolution 2013-R15 say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules offers the resolution relating to parking. R16.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The second of the resolutions, this one dealing with parking and parking facilities in the Capitol complex, and I would ask for your support.
Any discussion to the resolution? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules offers the following resolution relating to last day of the session. Approval of the journal.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The R17 resolution deals with the Chief Clerk's ability to correct and approve the journal of the day, and I would ask for your support.
Any discussion to the resolution? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Without objection, we revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, and this is the Morgan motion, concurrence. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 607, an act relating to health. Morgan moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 607 and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 607 passed off the House floor 128-0 back at the beginning of April. It was my optometrist scope of practice bill. When it went over to the Senate, somebody realized that there was a mistake in the enactment date. There were two sections in the bill, and the enactment date referred to this section. So there's no substantive change to the bill. They just fixed the enactment date language to refer to both sections of the bill. Members, I would urge you to vote aye.
The Senate amendments. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would rise in support of this motion. It's a good bill. There was a small mistake, and it should be passed. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur with the Senate amendments, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 607 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Halverson motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1587, an act relating to insurance. Halverson moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1587 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize the author, the member from Dakota, who will explain the Senate amendments. Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill, you might remember, is a bill that deals with how insurance companies communicate to their members as they as their customers wish to be communicated with, allowing insurance companies to communicate in languages other than English if the company and the consumer so desire, and allowing for electronic communication in order to modernize the way that we communicate for the 21st century. When it went over to the Senate added some additional clarifying language just to clarify what types of insurance companies were covered by this. The intent was property and casualty insurers, as other insurers have dealt with this issue in other ways in other chapters of law. So it's clarifying language. I talked to my co-author, Representative Hoppe, about this, and we've agreed that there's it's good language and it just clarifies it, so I ask the body to concur. Thanks.
Is there any discussion to the Senate amendments? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 1587 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. B. The clerk will close the roll. There being 107 ayes and 26 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report. This is the Kahn motion. Conference Committee report on House File 1183, an act relating to state government. The reports addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 1183, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the House and 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Kahn moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 1183 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
I recognize the author, Representative Kahn, who will explain the report.
Madam Speaker and members, this bill responsibly spends $494.5 million from the 4 legacy funds approved by the voters in the 2008 constitutional amendment. Despite what you may have heard from your local sports people, the bill funds 100% of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council recommendations and does not alter the makeup of the council. The bill makes investments in groundwater and surface water monitoring that will ensure future appropriations are spent in the most effective manner possible. The bill focuses heavily on enhancing the state and regional trail system, particularly in making connections between trails. The bill maintains a strong commitment to arts programs and also something that you may have heard about, maintains the House position on full funding of the regional libraries. Some changes in Conference Committee. The bill no longer spends any funds in the second year of the biennium for the Lessard-Sams for the Outdoor Heritage Funds. More money is spent in the first year, but we lost a number of projects we carried into conference and reduced some others. So we include the Outdoor Heritage Council recommendations with only 2 additions. $6.3 million is appropriated to Metropolitan Regional Parks Habitat Program. $3 million is set aside for grants to tribal and local governments to combat aquatic invasive species, which most of us have thought needed significantly more attention. Neither of these projects was recommended by the Outdoor Heritage Council, and the fact that they're in this bill represents a big win for the House position of adding legislative priorities into the bill. Rather than go into a line-by-line item of the kinds of things that we're doing, I'd rather just answer questions that people might have on the questions that were added and that we didn't do. The Clean Water Fund, 33% of the legacy funds are allocated to clean water programs, and the Clean Water Bill reflects the need for action towards the present and growing groundwater problem in the state of Minnesota. If there are specific questions on this part of the bill, I would feel much more comfortable referring them to Representative Wagenius, chair of the Environment Committee, and this bill came through her committee. Article 3 is the Parks and Trails Fund. This article funds the Parks and Trails portion of the legacy bill. It's made of 14.25% of the legacy funds, which in this biennium totaled just under $82 million after funds are set aside for a fund reserve. We break the fund into 3 primary pots of money: DNR State Parks and Trails, Metropolitan Council Parks and Trails, and Parks and Trails of regional significance in Greater Minnesota, typically county or city parks. I have a big thank you to Representative Jason Metza, who had worked strongly on this part of the bill, and we've incorporated language into the bill now that sets up a Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails Center that will make recommendations for the future. The conference committee adopted the framework of a 40-40-20 split, but took the House approach to project funding for the Metro Parks and the Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails. Unfortunately, because of the intransigence of the Senate, we were not able to do the same thing for DNR Parks and Trails. We were, and you know, I hope in the future we'll be able to get support to do that. I'll emphasize that this was not an accumulation of various members' park projects. These were taken very strictly with very few exceptions from the prioritized lists that were given to us by the groups. In Article 4 is the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This funds the arts and cultural heritage portion of the legacy bill. It's made up of 19.75% of the legacy funds, and in this bill it totals just under $114 million after funds are set aside for a fund reserve. We followed the overall framework that has been adopted in the past two legacy bills. Over 50% of the funds go to arts programs, primarily through the Minnesota Arts Board and the Regional Arts Council. We then large sums also go to Minnesota Historical Society, Public Television, Public Radio, Humanities Center, which are other large recipients of funds. The bill also funds projects helping theaters convert to digital format films. The big one is for the Omni Theater of the Science Museum of Minnesota, but we then have a new program created to provide 35% of the costs of digital conversion for small theaters, generally single-screen movie theaters in small communities around the state. And if your community has one theater that you might think is about to close, you really ought to inform them of this and get them interested in this grant program. It will be a competitive grant program. There isn't a lot of funding available in this, but if it works well, we can look at expansion of this either in future legacy bills or maybe in deed. The conference changes. The primary dispute was over the amount for State Arts Board and the Regional Arts Council, with the Senate arguing for 50% specifically to those, and the House has historically come in at a lower number, so it increases during conference, and that occurs again this fall. So we increased it to about 46% of the total. But we argued for a broader definition of art and includes other projects in this. So we were largely able to prevail on other items, keeping intact funding levels for libraries, public radio and TV, the Indian Affairs Councils, and others. The House maintained most of the funding for the Purpose Center and also kept the new program for Veterans Memorial Grants, which we hope will be in smaller regional parks or municipal parks. And I think that's enough. We took a couple of really good provisions from the Senate, which we had heard, one was for the African American Museum, which will enable a big chunk of money to release for them to do their conversion and construction. And we also took a very good program from the university, which will give us really good statistics on park attendance and park use. And at that point, Madam Speaker, I'd like to stop and see if there are any questions or comments.
Discussion to the motion to adopt the conference committee report. The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Kahn yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, going into the conference committee, there was a House position for funding for county fairs at $2.8 million. There was a Senate position for funding of county fairs at $800,000, and somehow we added those two together and came up with zero. Representative Kahn, what happened?
Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and Representative Torkelson, as you know, after being an initial skeptic, I was very grateful to you for this provision and considered it to be a high point of what we were doing in legacy funding. The Senate, in their attempt to put more and more money into the State Arts Board, and with the authority of the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, shifted this funding to $2 million of this funding into the agriculture department. For a while, we kept the extra $800,000 in the legacy funding, but in the final arithmetic manipulations, weren't able to keep that on. There are advantages and disadvantages of this. First of all, if there are new supplementing programs, we can look at them in future legacy bills, and as early, even though this is on a biennial budget, we could look at it as early as next year, because we may get extra funding due to the increasing economy under new political control, and also because of changes in the tax bill. So thank you to everyone who voted for the tax bill. That will help probably get some more money into county fairs. And it's on one of my priority groups to look at for increased funding.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn, for that response. I appreciate your support of the issue. I do have a concern here, though, members, that we're starting to see shifting within these bills and within the legacy bill, shifting funding items out of the bill to make room for more funding for another interest group within the bill. It's kind of looking like a gimmick to me, and I'm not very happy about it. And I hope that we do this more carefully in the future. These shifts are definitely a dangerous precedent for the use of this particular fund. I'm planning on voting red on this bill today. There's been a lot of micromanagement by the majority on these funds, and I'm disappointed with that. I did take some time this morning, since we had a little break, to attend the Clean Water Council meeting. The Clean Water Council was meeting today. Their recommendations, while for the most part held together in this bill, were also micromanaged. I found it interesting that on today's agenda at the Clean Water Council, they're going to spend for about 3.5 hours reviewing the issue of contaminants of emerging concern. They have presentations from the University of Minnesota, the Pollution Control Agency, Department of Health, and the City of Mankato. They're looking at these issues in depth, in more depth than we have time to look into them in committee, as a matter of fact. And I would hope that in the future we respect these folks that put in long days, work hard on these issues, and make recommendations. Not that we can't make any changes in the legislature. We can, and we should when it's appropriate, but we should not do wholesale micromanagement of these funds. I'm urging members to vote red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, would Representative Kahn yield for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, just wondering on the small theater grants, how many of our theaters do you think that will be able to be serviced by the grant money?
Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members, this is estimate, because I'm obviously not an economist on this issue. The estimate probably only 2 or 3, and my estimate is that this will give us something to look at the demand for this. This is actually partially an answer to what Representative Torkelson said. I think part of the good things that Legacy can do is start a program, and then if it looks as if it would have a sustaining base, then move it to some place where it would have a more sustainable pace. I'm sure the county fairs are now in the base of the agriculture department. I'm sure, judging by how successful we found them and by the terrific staff in agriculture that's managing them, they'll be continued in future budgets, and I think it's a much more safe place for them to be. And I think this may be even too small an amount to judge the success of this program, but we consider this as a start. We might continue this in future legacy programs. We might maybe it would belong better into deed, or maybe maybe local units of government will take it up with their local funding. But I think that's one of the good things that legacy can do, is that since it's money that's not targeted for anything else, it doesn't have any base funding going into it, and if this bill were not to pass, we wouldn't even need a special session because it's not part of running government. But what we will do is get a chance to try this and hopefully move forward.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the answer, Representative Kahn. This actually is a very important issue to a lot of our small theaters across the state of Minnesota, where we have a lot of these very small theaters that are now facing having to go from film to digitalization, and it's a big expense for them that many of them can't afford. So, hopefully this will work out and can be helpful in the future. I have a question regarding AIS. Would Representative Kahn yield?
She will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And should I ask for a question about AIS to you or Representative Vogenius, Representative Kahn?
Representative Kahn.
Try me first because it was in the Outdoor Heritage Council part, but Representative Vogenius can say anything after.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, I'm just wondering if there's anything about specific uses. Was it $3 million for AIS in the bill? Is there any specific uses recommended for that money?
Representative Kahn.
This is for this money is specifically for grants for local and regional units of government. We initially had, when we were putting $10 million into it instead of $3 million into it, we gave a big chunk of that to DNR for them to work on it, but the commissioner, one testifying that he didn't seem to want this extra money, seemed to express a great doubt that there was anything they could do to control AIS. And with that kind of attitude, we thought it probably wasn't a good idea to give them any money for it.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, will you yield for one more question?
She will yield. Representative Erdahl.
So then you, Representative Kahn, then you had an extra $7 million. Where'd you put it?
Representative Kahn.
Well, that probably went to the bottom line in the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. It also obviously went, part of it, of course, went, I'm sorry, that wasn't extra money. That was money that we had actually appropriated from this in the second year of the biennium. And so that money is still sitting there in the second year of the biennium. We ran into strong resistance of having any second year in the biennium appropriations for the Outdoor Heritage Council from both the Senate and the governor's office. I did point out that if the governor was really objecting to them, he had the opportunity to line item veto them, and I'm sure that he would have the courage to do that if that was a strong opinion of his. But in the original bill, that $10 million was totally in the second year of the biennium, and so that money just went back to the bottom line there.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn.
The member.
Madam Speaker, I need to.
Representative Kahn.
I need to call for a roll call vote on the bill.
Representative Kahn requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Well, Madam Speaker and members, I just spoke to one of the hunter-fisher groups or a couple of advocates, and they are still upset and asked for a no vote, and I'm voting no. I don't think you have to be worried about any of your conservative hunt and fishing group votes with a vote no. It was a mess, it still is, and there's no guarantee the governor will fix it, so please vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Lincheski. No. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn,
If you would yield for a question, I do have a question. I want to echo something that Representative Torkelson talked about, the county fairs. As you know, he and I were both advocates of that, and that's the one thing that I addressed on the legacy that you would at least consider, and you seem to be amiable to that, and I thought that we convinced you that it was a good idea, that you allocate some funds to the county fairs, which have to deal with great measures of arts and culture and heritage within our state. And if you could explain again why that wasn't in there, and then just briefly touch upon the point that you made that it should be in agriculture, because I noticed that in agriculture, out of the $14,770,000, it's not allocated there. Or did you mean that in the future it could go there?
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and Representative McDonald, there is $2 million already appropriated in the Environment and Agriculture Finance Bill in the agriculture section of that bill for this purpose. So this was a Senate position. I mean, the Senate did it, and then that committee accepted it. So it was a Senate position to fund it that way instead of legacy funds. There are pluses and minuses in it. One, I assume it puts it into the base funding, so they can count on that of a much bigger set of funds than legacy. So I assume they can really count on that for the future and not worry about legacy flipping around and deciding that maybe that would be supplanting instead of supplementing. The avenue is still open if there are some new programs that we think ought to be part of that to do legacy funding. It was to have it in the Department of Agriculture was not a House position, it was a Senate position, and worse than that, it was a done deal by the time the legacy bill came to us. So they are getting $2 million. It's a little bit less than they had asked for, but it's in a stabler base, so it weighs both ways.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, well, as Representative Torkelson pointed out, it was in the House bill, it was in the Senate bill, so it was the House version, the Senate version, and now it came out as a lousy position. Not any position, it's a lousy position. This is one element that really exemplified the use of $116 million in 2 years in arts and culture that could go right to the county fairs that deal with children who are in 4-H, that deal with arts and culture and heritage throughout our state. And I thought that we were able to show you the importance of this position and this particular appropriation of money. And you completely ignored it. So you say it was whose position? I say it was a lousy position. It should have been in there, and I'm really disappointed. And for many reasons, I'll be voting no. I didn't vote for this bill, the amendment in 2008. I had great reservations on the whole legacy amendment in the first place. I did learn by being on the committee that there are some great worthy causes, some great worthy things, especially in the trails and parks and the clean water and the outdoor heritage. So I've come to be educated and to be a little more lenient and accepting of the legacy amendment. So when I do pay my sales tax and purchase my items, I have a little less heartburn because of the legacy amendment. And I've come to appreciate some of the great things the state's doing with our hard-earned tax dollars. Some things there's wasteful. But there are some great worthy things. This could have been a very great worthy thing, especially in greater Minnesota, especially for those who didn't like the legacy amendment, who are forced to pay this sales tax in the first place. Very disappointing, Representative Kahn. Very disappointing. The county fairs, 4-H'ers. Boy, I tell you, it's a sad day for Minnesota for many reasons, but for those who are paying attention, the county fairs are the salt of the earth. The 4-H'ers, have you been to a county fair? Raise your hand if you've been to a county fair last year. Boy, over here. They have, Carver County. I'm from Carver County, but I represent Wright County. Carver County has a great county fair. Wright County has a wonderful county fair as well. We're catching up to Carver County, but what a great opportunity to show and to prove where we've come in Minnesota, the history, and great lessons that we teach the students in agriculture, in horticulture, those who are raising rabbits, those who are entering a photograph for a state fair to get a blue ribbon. I also judge photography at the state fair for the Minnesota 4-H. So I've been a judge at the county level in the arts and culture, Representative Kahn, in judging photography, and then at the state fair. So I've seen the impact that it has. And they're struggling, folks. The 4-H are struggling. The 4-H extension in Minnesota, with the lack of funds and our financial instability, they're struggling. This was one opportunity that we could take some funds and help out our 4-Hers in the county fairs. The House position had $2 million in it. The Senate had $800,000, and the conference committee comes out with zero. Zero for the counties in 4-H. Pretty disappointing for Minnesota. I'll be careful of what I spend my money on when I have to pay that sales tax, I tell you that.
Well,
the member from Monoman, Representative Kahn, he didn't ask you to yield. The next person on the list is the member from Monoman, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Kahn would yield.
She will yield. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, I'm looking through the bill, and I just got it, which is what I'm finding out here, very disturbing that you get these bills seconds before you have to start debating them. But anyway, I know that when this came out of committee, we had discussed in committee about the fact that so many of these agencies that get this money are not in compliance on their recording of where the money goes and how it's spent. And there was an amendment in here that was on the House bill that stated that if anybody is not in compliance with the legislative auditor's reports or that he puts out, that they won't get any funding until they come into compliance. Now, I'm hoping that I've overlooked this, and just because I'm trying to go through the bill so fast that I've missed it, but can you tell me, is that still in this bill?
Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and Representative Green, it is not in the bill. The language was very complicated. The legislative auditor, who is doing a lot of study of the funds coming through legacy, could not figure out how you would take that proactive, active approach, which we have never asked the legislative auditor to do before. We have talked to the legislative auditor about increasing just oversight of these, and he's certainly willing to do that. But the Senate would not accept that position.
Representative Green.
Well, thank you for answering the question, Representative Kahn, but I'm not sure that I accept it. So I would just like to say that I think this is just nonsense. I never cared for legacy because I knew this was going to become a slush fund, and that's what it's become. We've got money going out, and we're not even keeping track of it. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars that's spent. Nobody knows where it's going. There's no record of it. And this just reaffirms my position that we shouldn't have had this in the first place, and it should be repealed. And that's what I intend to work for. And, we've got money going for study after study. There's still money in here after all these years of studying what lands we can take away from the people and put into the hands of the government. And it's just a disgrace. Madam Speaker, will Representative Kahn yield for one more question?
She will yield. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, I also was looking through here, and it just popped into my head, did your Nellie Johnson bust remain in the bill?
Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members, no, because that was funded in the state government finance bill, and we don't fund things twice as we go through the legislative session, which gives me the perfect answer to Representative McDonald, who was saying what happened to the $2 million for county fairs. As I had said, and I guess, as he was concentrating on preparing his speech, he must have not listened to what I said. That $2 million was funded in the Environment and Agriculture bill. It's in the base funding of the Agriculture Committee. It's probably a better place for it because it's a safer place for it to be. And as I thought members of your caucus were deeply opposed to waste, I would have thought that Representative McDonald would have been terribly offended if we had doubly funded something that was already funded in a bill that had passed both houses of the legislature. And that's just what happened with Nellie Stone Johnson.
Representative Green.
Well, thank you again for your answer. I'm looking through this bill and I'm terribly offended. I just encourage everyone to vote no on this bill.
The member from Crow-Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And will Representative Kahn yield, please?
She will yield. Representative Ward.
Representative Kahn, Representative Green brought up the bus that was in the bill, that used to be in the bill, that is now in the state government bill. But Representative Kahn, when they do a bust here of Representative Kahn, will it have the loon helmet on it? I just wanted to ask you that, Representative Kahn. Will it have the loon helmet?
Representative Kahn.
Well, fortunately, we do have a policy that they don't do it till I've been dead for 10 years, so I won't have anything to say about it.
Representative,
you can take charge of it.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Representative Kahn, for that answer. Will she yield one more time, please?
She will yield. Representative Ward.
Representative Kahn, this is in regards to some of Representative Erdahl's questioning. And you said that the $3 million of AIS, although I still wish there had been $10 million of AIS, and you know that you and I have talked about that issue and on this whole bill as we have been moving forward on it. But it ended up with $3 million, and you said, I thought, that the $3 million for AIS were for local governments. And what I want to know is, when you say local governments, Representative Kahn, does that include lake associations?
Representative Kahn.
It's in a grant program, and I think it does include lake associations. We had a choice. First of all, remember that all of that funding, so this is actually funding that earlier than they would have gotten. All of the funding we had was in the second year of the biennium. That even if it was more, was until the second year. And hopefully the Outdoor Heritage Council will take our advice that we consider this a serious issue, and they'll do some serious funding in their programs that they present to us in their next annual budget. But we specifically put it the way, we had a choice with the smaller amount of money of giving it to DNR or giving it to a grant program, and we think the grant program will be great for the lake associations.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn, for that. And so I hope folks that are tuned in and listening to this that are from lake associations do recognize the fact, and they have been doing a great job in helping us stop the spread of AIS. And I hope that they realize that this $3 million appropriation in the bill they are eligible for. So I'd encourage them to get their applications ready. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I think Representative Torkelson hit the nail on the head. He's talking about we're seeing things in bills that were taken out of one bill, put in another bill. There's what we see as shell games going on. It's very hard to keep up. Of course, there's one provision put in here in the dark of the night, and I really want to understand what this is, Representative Kahn, and that's page 80 of the bill, section 2, 16, about solar modules. It seems to me that's language that came out of the energy bill and now is inserted here. Now, could you please yield and tell us when did that language come into the legacy bill, please?
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Well, Madam Speaker and Representative Leidiger, actually the original legacy bill had solar models as part of it. So that's going back to biennia. So it has been a principle. This came from the Senate. As you see, it's a very limited provision because it only applies to the projects that are with money appropriated in this act. And when you have the number of projects that would be associated for that, we're not looking at very much. And again, when people asked about the shell game, one of the purposes of legacy is probably to start some proposals, some projects on a very limited basis that then other parts of state government can pick it up, look at the success, and put it into their base budgets. It's not a shell game. It's actually one of the functions that the Legacy Fund should perform.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Representative Kahn. We had a lengthy discussion on this before when we were talking about energy, and I think part of that discussion was on, we haven't even defined what the Minnesota-made solar modules are, what percentage of the unit needs to be made here. I mean, we had a lot of discussion on this, and then to have it here again, it opens it up for a lot more discussion without any additional definition. And I think really, if you would to ask that question again, because you didn't quite answer what I was looking for, it was Representative Kahn, is when did this come in? I don't believe this was in the Senate bill, but I could be wrong. When did this get inserted?
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members, it was a provision that came from the Senate in the conference committee. And and it's specifically, if you note, there's a specific definition. Go back to Minnesota statutes, section 216C.411, paragraph A. As I said, when you look at what it applies to in this bill, this will be very minor. I can't tell you how many, but remember, it's only projects funded in this bill, and it's only things that are accepted to this, and all this, it doesn't give money for doing them. It just says that these are the criteria for the solar photovoltaic modules.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Representative Kahn. So it applies only to projects that are delineated in this bill. This is what I think I heard you say. Could you yield for a question, please? The question would be, what projects are delineated in the bill, please?
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
That's a question that I can't answer specifically at this time. I think if you can go through and look at the kinds of things that are capital construction projects, and there aren't very many of them. I'll see if staff has a better answer than that.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Representative Kahn. I have another question, Representative Kahn, and this is on page 73. The grants for Minnesota Public Radio, and I thought I just heard you say, hey, we don't fund things twice. I know that in the state government finance bill, there are grants for, I think it's $3 million, and it could be $3,500,000. And here in your bill, you have an additional $3 million going to Minnesota Public Radio. That totals over $6 million for one of the wealthiest media organizations in the state that has expanded itself to Florida and California, has over $180 million in assets, has the finest digs in the state when it comes to media companies. I mean, their facilities are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. In fact, when I used to travel in California and the western United States, go to the media agencies, I got to tell you that Minnesota Public Radio facilities rivals anything in San Francisco. Absolutely. They're beautiful. They've spared nothing in outfitting their studios. and their main offices. They are a wealthy organization, and here the state is handing them over $6 million when you combine legacy dollars with the state government finance dollars. We're just handing them dollars that come from people out in the private sector that are working very hard to get by. They pay their taxes, and you are putting dollars in there for projects that they can clearly afford, and because they are a media organization unto themselves, they have all the capabilities far greater than any other nonprofit organization or almost any organizations that are out there to go ahead and raise dollars for specific projects totally on their own because they are media. They can reach the people, they can reach their supporters, they can reach their customers, they can reach the people that want to subscribe and be members of their organization, and they can do it all by themselves. And yet we are forcing people through government mandates when this becomes bill, we're forcing people to pay for this. It's wrong. And could you please stand for the one question, which would just be, how come we have money in state gov finance and then we've got legacy dollars here and we don't fund things twice? I think I heard you say. Could you please explain that?
Would you like her to yield?
Would you please yield? Thank you.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Yes. Madam Speaker, Representative Leidiger, first of all, it always helps if you start out with the correct facts. There's 920,000 in the state government finance bill. Of course, we haven't heard that yet, so maybe that explains why you had the number wrong. That is specifically for infrastructure uses, and that's specifically for making sure the Amber Alert system works throughout the state. Now, I do remember, for example, state government finance did a lot of funding to extend its stations, again, infrastructure with things like towers, for outside of the metropolitan area. No state money ever went into the facility that you're looking at here. The state appropriation always went to the communities that couldn't quite afford those kinds of structures and activities by themselves. And this funding in the legacy to NPR and AMPERS is specifically for arts and cultural heritage programming. And it's very hard. These are very over a long period of time. It's hard to give all of them. I can give some examples of things that I saw. So a terrific program at the Fitzgerald Theater, which had to do with history of World War II, and was actually heavily attended. And it was just the program itself was funded by NPR, and it was very heavily attended by veterans. Some aging veterans who might have even participated in those invasion sites, but also many, many younger veterans who are ecstatic to learn about one of the most important history and exciting parts of the U.S. Armed Forces. So it has to do with programming. There's no duplication between those appropriations, and it's not a duplication of a non-existent $3 million in the state government finance bill.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I absolutely appreciate that we do fund certain cultural heritage and history programming. And if I'm not mistaken, last time we had the legacy bill, we opened it up for competitive bidding so that we could have various companies, various media companies could compete. In Representative Erdahl's bill, and when we did additional funding in legacy, we didn't earmark directly for Minnesota Public Radio. We did it under the competitive grants, if I'm not mistaken. I'm almost sure that that's what we did. But here you are, instead of opening up to competitive grants for cultural heritage and history programming, where, for instance, the United Veterans Council could bid on something and they could create that, they could pull together a company to do this kind of programming, to allow for other organizations to bid on this. You know, they're not the only game in town. There are other organizations that can do this good programming. Why aren't we staying with competitive grants here? Instead, we earmark additional dollars for one very wealthy company. And by the way, I'll close up here shortly. But, you know, we have funded this organization for a long time, and I don't have a problem with that in the history of how this has happened. But at some point, you got to let these companies go. They can fly on their own quite well, and we've got to stop that. And if we want specific types of programming, let's open it up. There's other companies out there that compete for it that might be doing a better job for all we know. Now hang on, I've got one other point, and then I'm going to sit down if I can remember what that point was. And, well, you know, there are a lot of media organizations out there. I remember what it is now. You know, when it comes to funding media organizations for some of the infrastructure that we had talked about, you know, funding them for specific types of programming, such as public service announcements, you know, that is regulated in FCC regulations. All organizations, media organizations, are required under FCC regulations to dedicate a certain percentage of their programming to public service. So, if you're earmarking dollars for NPR, why aren't you earmarking it for, say, Clear Channel or other media organizations? Why aren't they all being treated equally? Why are we picking and choosing? So I have a problem with that. And for all these reasons, this bill should not be adopted. It should be sent back in, and a lot of these things should be corrected. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Well, Madam Speaker and Representative Leidiger, the usual reason when someone complains that they didn't get a grant from the State Arts Board, the Regional Arts Board, from DEED or something, ask them, the usual reason is that they didn't apply. So I suggest that you ask all of those things that you've named, those entities that you've named, if they ever applied for an existing program. The State Arts Board has and the Regional Arts Board has a large grants program. If they want to be involved in arts and cultural heritage programming, they can apply. They can write a grant application. The other thing is that, and I'm not sure what the division is, but a lot of those are for-profit companies. We don't fund for-profit companies with state legacy funds.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if Chair Kahn would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, first of all, I want to thank you for the fine work that you did overall with this bill. I was here, as many of you were here, when we crafted the questions to be put before the people, and it was pretty clear that the people came back and said we wanted to have a diversity of investments made, with this revenue source, and I'm real pleased to see that you've continued in that tradition, as have previous chairs in this body. But my question, Representative Kahn, has to do with a Senate provision that was adopted into the report here, and it's found on page 77, and this has to do with the Perpich Center for the Arts. Of course, the legacy bill has a bit of a history in terms of providing resources, and in my mind appropriately so, for this great Minnesota, frankly I think it's a treasure. This is one of the legacies that former Governor Perpich helped shape for our state in order to promote arts education, available for students all over the state, and also for districts all over the state to be able to benefit from the professional teacher development offerings that this state institution offers their teachers. But it's also a school district. Many people here know that they operate the Perpich Arts High School, which is an 11th, 12th grade high school. Unfortunately, Representative Kahn, there's some language that was added in here that crosswalks a unfortunate feud, disagreement that's been quietly unfolding in the legislature here relative to the East Metro Integration District's abandonment of its two inter-district elementary and secondary schools, one of which they provide for a responsible transition of that school to be able to continue with the commitment that was made by this body using our capital investment resources to build that school. Unfortunately, the same has not been true relative to the Crosswind School, which does not have any responsible body stepping forward to continue to carry on the functions of that school, again, consistent with the covenant, if you will, that we created when we used the state taxpayers' dollars to build this unique school that runs, I think, from kindergarten through 9th grade. That issue we've tried to vet that issue in the K-12 arena. The issue came before us in the conference committee in K-12. The issue has also been somewhat vetted in the capital investment committee. Frankly, members, the House, I think, has been very responsible in wanting to have transparent discussions about this unfortunate turn of events at the East Metro Integration District. But unfortunately, I cannot say the same for the Senate, which has created the tension that exists right now around this issue. And so, unfortunately, the Senate now is carrying that same kind of tension into your bill, Representative Kahn. And I understand, as you go through, negotiating with the other body, the need to give and take. Frankly, this language really does not belong here, in my opinion. It's an issue that properly should be vetted in the K-12 and or the bonding committees. But the Senate apparently wants to continue to state its posture on this issue unfairly on our body here. So, Representative Kahn, as I look at the language on lines 77.7 through 77.12, I'm thinking, Representative Kahn, that there's no harm done here, that there seems to be more kind of a message that's being delivered here. But I really want, for the record, this is very important, because we are talking about a state asset, a building paid for by the two buildings paid for by the state, but in this case, we're only talking about one of them, which is the Crosswind School. So, Representative Kahn, I want to make sure that we're establishing legislative intent here as we vote on this overall bill. And so my question is to you, whether the prohibition that is being listed here, which is a prohibition to purchase or lease a school facility previously operated by the East Metro Integration District, or to continue any programs that were administered by that district. Representative Kahn, can you assure me, and on the record here, that this language only applies to the appropriations that are found in this section, and that your understanding is that it does not ban or say anything more, that it doesn't ban the Perpich Art School from carrying out those functions with resources from other avenues?
Representative Kahn.
Yes. Madam Speaker and Representative Mariani, you are exactly right. This issue does not really belong in this bill. This issue was brought to us by the Senate, and I of course didn't like it very much. I would have opposed it if it really thought it had any effect on the issue. But it obviously doesn't. It just clearly says that only this money, which is a very tiny part of the Perpich Center's total budget, is prohibited from being used for this purpose. I'm not even sure that that would have been an appropriate use of legacy funds in the first place, but particularly because we didn't even manage to fund the Perpich Center's full ask for their appropriation. I am totally confident that this should have no effect on that decision at all. It just ties down legacy funds, a very tiny proportion of their budget, and it should have no effect on any decisions they make with the rest of their budget.
Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And thank you, Representative Kahn. I thought that was the case, and I appreciate the opportunity here to clearly state for the record what the legislative intent is on this. And so, members, this body is not speaking with this language in terms of prohibiting, limiting, making it difficult, if you will, for the Perpich Arts School and the East Metro Integration District to be able to come to a good solution that serves the needs of students. And I think it's very important that we say that at this point. I wish that the Senate members, I wish that the Senate would be much more engaging with us in solving problems as opposed to simply asserting their position and looking for avenues and other bills to do that. But Representative Kahn, I am certainly confident and secure that the language here does nothing more than what you stated here for the record. And again, thank you for your leadership in this overall bill. It's been a very difficult journey for you, but we are well served in the state of Minnesota by this bill and by your leadership.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I too rise with my colleagues that I will be voting no. I did speak to my sportsmen's group, and they are opposed to this bill. So, members, I ask that we do not adopt this conference committee report. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank Representative Kahn during adoption here that she included on page 44 and 45 what I think is the first or second coal tar sealant ban in the country. This provision was supported. It's a House position that was supported on the floor by Representative McNamara and Representative Torkelson. It is a very important provision in the clean water portion for protecting, restoring, and enhancing lakes, rivers, and streams, and for providing public health. It's a preventive measure, and thank you, Representative Kahn, for including that in this report.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'll be brief. You know, a couple of things as we're going through here. Representative McDonald mentioned the county fairs. We have tremendous county fairs in rural Minnesota, and I understand that the shift that happened and put it into the ag bill. But, you know, quite frankly, members, we're spending nearly $500 million, which is a substantial number of dollars more than we spend in the last legacy bill. And it would have seemed to me that we could have thrown a few crumbs extra out to our county fairs and the kids that participate in 4-H. That being said, I am concerned in here. I've got some notes. Representative Kahn, if you would yield for a question, please, Madam Speaker. If Representative Kahn would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you. Representative Kahn, could you tell me roughly how many acres of land we are purchasing across the state of Minnesota in this legacy bill?
Representative Kahn.
No.
Representative Fabian.
Well, thank you for that answer. It makes my decision how to vote on this a lot easier. The last time I checked, there was about 8,700 acres of land, and I'm not sure how accurate that is, members, but it's something like that. You know, it's the language that we had in here for protection of some cities, the Mississippi River Critical Shoreline Management Area is not in the bill. Representative Kahn, if she would yield to a question concerning that, please.
She will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, can you tell me why we didn't give some protection to the cities with regards to the Mississippi River Critical Shoreline Management Areas?
Representative Kahn.
I don't understand what you... I believe that specifically is in the bill. It's in the Outdoor Heritage Council part of the bill. If you give me a few minutes. What? It's in the clean... It's in the Clean Water Council part of the bill.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, if you could have somebody find that for us, please. I'd be interested in seeing where that is in the bill, please. I know it might take a minute or two, and I can move on, if that's all right, Madam Speaker.
Representative Fabian, I think you're looking for pages 46.
Thank you very much.
48.
Well, the state of Minnesota already owns, it's the largest landowner in the state of Minnesota, obviously, and in the country, one of the largest ones. And I represent an area that has a tremendous amount of state land. And I've spoken out about this in the past. I don't have any trouble with the state owning land. But when we purchase some of these parcels and, you know, we just add to the state land that's already in northern Minnesota, maybe we should take a different course on that, and I hope that we do with this bill. But I think I'll close simply, if I can get the answer before we do this. You know, we're going to spend roughly $500 million, members, and you know, the groups that I care a lot about, and there's lots of them, but the casters and the blasters, as Representative McNamara likes to respond to them, the people that go out fishing and hunting. When we can't spend $500 million, members, and get the casters and blasters on our side, in my opinion, we're doing something wrong. So I would encourage a red vote, but if we can get the answer to the shoreline question, I'd appreciate that, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn.
Representative Kahn.
Well, Madam Speaker and members, we've heard a couple of people say that the sportsmen are still opposed to this bill. I don't understand why. It does exactly everything that they asked us to do. There are only two things that we did extra, not by taking anything away from them. We funded $6.3 million in metropolitan habitat in the natural areas in the metropolitan area, which, because of various constraints, happen to occur in parks. We also put in $3 million for aquatic invasive species funding because we thought that they have not paid adequate attention to that. Otherwise, every single thing that they asked for is funded exactly as they asked for it. We did not spend any of the second year money, which, I thought we should have, but which they did not want. I can give very good arguments, but that's, as I did when we were doing the House bill, as to why that was a good idea, but we didn't follow it. So this bill, as if the sportsmen, casters and blasters, whatever you want to call them, had written it. And so I don't understand the opposition to it. You're also, in your contradictory statements, you said you're speaking in opposition to the state continually acquiring parcels of land. I kind of agree with you, and particularly when they're not connected to anything, and also when they're not taking care of it. Unfortunately, that's exactly what these sports groups, the casters and blasters and so forth, want to do. All they want, I shouldn't say all they want, but most of what they want is the acquisition of small parcels of land, probably in your part of the state, certainly not in my part of the state, and then without the funding to take care of it. So if I had written this bill from the start, as opposed to starting with the recommendations of the Outdoor Heritage Council, it would have been very much more in line with what you seem to be asking us to do. But, I'm sorry, as I said, it's hard to answer questions when they say two things in two opposite directions at the same time.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, I appreciate that. I do. I have a combination of things. You talk about the small parcels of land scattered here and there, but then we have many, many, many of those in my part of the state, but we also have the very, very large tracts of land, too. Just one last question, if I may, Madam Speaker, to Representative
She will
Kahn.
yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Kahn, did you find the answer to the question about the Mississippi River critical shoreline area? And if not, I'll come over and talk to you offline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kahn.
Yes, it did change somewhat. It's changed to a consultation with local units of government. So we are still working on what's being done with that, but it's more of a consultation.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Kahn yield for a question? Representative
Kahn will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, the bill appears to spend $496 million, and looking through the spreadsheet here, the Outdoor Heritage Fund, as I read the spreadsheet, it looks like the total is $100 million. And the numbers I had on initial passage of this bill suggested that the bill was to purchase an additional 8,756 acres of land for a total of $37.152 million, and purchase another 13,143 acres of easement for a total of $27.478 million. I'm wondering if those numbers have changed, and also trying to come up with a representation of the percentage of the total Outdoor Heritage Fund spending in the bill represented by land purchases and easements. Can you help with that, Representative Kahn?
Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members, they have distinctly gone down because we don't have a second year of appropriations. When this bill came through the House, we were spending, I think, about $50 million of the Outdoor Heritage appropriation in their second year in the bill, and a lot of that would have been acquisition and so forth. According to their plans, we didn't go off on our own on that, but with the strong opinion of the governor and the senator that we couldn't do anything in the second year, this bill purchases much less land and does much less easements than the original House bill did.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the representative continue to yield?
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, do we know what the numbers are in the conference report? Do we know? And I understand it's less because of that second year adjustment, but Do we know how many acres and how many dollars are spent both on acquiring land in fee and also in easement?
Representative Kahn.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn. Well, members, it does appear from looking at the bill we still do have significant increases in purchasing land and purchasing land easements in the bill, although the author of the bill has no idea how many at this point acres we either buy or are buying an easement, or the amount of dollars represented in that. I find that somewhat disheartening that we have a bill at this point in the process that we can't tell Minnesota how many acres of land we are buying or what the costs of those are. Members, I'd just like to remind folks that we have the 2008 constitutional amendment required that we protect, enhance, and restore Minnesota's resources, Minnesota's habitat, waters, etc. And it appears, and I know I did bring this up with the last 2 years ago when we brought that bill forward, but it appears that the efforts around this bill have focused on protecting and not many dollars really allocated to enhancing and restoring. The definition apparently that the Lessard's Outdoor Heritage Council has used in the area of protecting has been buying land. The only way that they seem to believe that we protect our resources is to buy it and for the state to own it. Now, members, that infers that the people of Minnesota don't have the ability to protect and properly care for their land, and that we, for some reason, need to bring government into the picture, and that they're the ones that will do the better job of protecting our resources. Members, I reject that assertion. I have seen in our state side-by-side parcels of land where the private landowners do a much better job of caring for those acres than a bloated government that, even in the face of the size of our government, doesn't have the ability to properly take care of the 8.5 million acres of land that state government owns, the nearly 25% of our land base if you add the state land resources, the local government-owned resources, and the federal resources. We have the two reports, and I reminded you last time, both from the DNR and from the Office of the Legislative Auditor, that shows us that we don't have the ability anymore to properly manage and care for the lands that we do own, but we still continue to jam-pack these bills with, on first passage, somewhere in the area of 8,700 acres, and in buying land, and another 13,000 in easements that we bought. That was on the first way through, and I know, Representative Kahn, that those numbers will be less than that, although we don't know what those numbers are. But that is troubling in the face of the reality that we can't take care of the land resources that we have. We continue to pack more and more purchases into these bills when they come through here. We need to instead find ways and encourage the Lessard Outdoor Heritage Council and then the interactions with them through this legislative process to focus more of these dollars on projects that enhance and restore our current resources, that provide for wildlife plantings, for tree plantings, and the types of things that I believe that the people of Minnesota envisioned when they passed the 2008 constitutional amendment by 55.9% of the vote. So with that, members, again, this bill continues to do too much purchasing, too much easement purchasing, and I encourage a red vote on the bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kahn yield for a couple of questions, please? She will yield. Representative Abler. Representative Kahn, on page 40, on the critical access rules that are on, I lost it now here, on page 45, you recall on the floor we adopted 2 amendments. One had to do with preemption of local ordinances that was disallowed on this critical rules thing. And then we had another one about consent of the local units of government, which would be at least 4 cities in my neck of the woods. And it came back as conferring with the local units of government, or consultation, excuse me. Maybe that's better than a conferring. Can you tell me what happened to the protections that we had? To me, this is like no protection whatsoever. I'm very concerned about this. Representative Kahn. Representative Kahn.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Abler, specifically because we've extended the rules process and made it much longer and are requiring a report back to the legislature, it was believed, again in the discussions of the conference committee, that this consultation language would work just fine. And it would get us the kind of information that we can then decide what needs to be done if we need changes in law and so forth. It was decided, the decision essentially made that patchwork vetoes or patchwork agreements would not work. We really needed something that would work for the whole process, but we needed it not to be done without really good consultation with the local units of government. So we're comfortable writing that into the law.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Representative Kahn, just let me ask you another question. Was that your idea, or did somebody at DNR or somebody tell you that was a good idea?
Representative Kahn.
It was an idea that occurred in the deliberations of the conference committee. You know, back and forth, question and answer, and so forth. Not sure exactly where it came from.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Abler.
Well, Representative Kahn and the rest of the body here, I am extremely concerned about this. If it wasn't 4 o'clock on the last day, I'd move to send this back to conference, and I would talk a long time about this. This is a big deal for my neck of the river. The Mississippi River in the Anoka, Champlain, Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park, Ramsey, Dayton is a great bit of river. The water quality is good. The fishing is great. Please come up and spend some money and catch some smallmouth. We care about our river. We're really careful about it. These rules are barely necessary. Down south, it's a whole different thing. In your town, Representative Kahn, you have warehouses and condurators down there near the river. Not to get you going on that. This is a whole different thing. And so in an effort to try to have some discussion about the rules, the 4 of us, Representative Newton and Uglum and Hortman and myself and Representative Kahn yourself and Representative Hansen worked on this language to give us comfort. The people living on the river are extremely concerned about takings. These rules could amount to a taking. And so we were trying to appreciate the value of having rules, yet balancing the needs of the existing homeowners, the existing ordinances, the existing way things are going, and our great concern for the quality of the riverfront and for all the things that people care about that would write rules like this. And so it would have been nice, Representative Kahn, if you would have talked to any one of the 5 of us about that. I've queried Representative Hansen, Representative Newton, Representative Uglum, Representative Hortman. I didn't talk to Representative Yarusso, though. I can say it now. This morning I couldn't even. I'm sorry. I had some coffee. I'm working better. I didn't talk to her, but I talked to all 5 of the rest. They had no idea this was changing until it came out now. I understand a draft is available at 3:30 this morning and not shopped to any of us. And so I realized time's moving on and all that. But this is really bad, or at least it could be bad. And the reason that the people who live there fought this so hard, spending tens of thousands of dollars concerned about their own enjoyment of the river that they pay a lot of extra money for to enjoy, property taxes and improvements and all that, where they've got their estate on this bit of land and the current uses they enjoy, is why that they hired counsel, and we've had more meetings than I want to go to about this matter. And if they're not concerned without reason. And so I'm just very, very disappointed. Representative Kahn, I was reading the bill. I thought, what a great bill, all this good water stuff. I was going to vote yes. I was, you did a good job. And now I got to vote no on this really good bill. Oh, well, you don't need the vote. I got it. But I didn't want to vote no. I wanted to have a vote for all these nice legacy things, for all the work that's been done, and I'm just so disappointed. I'm not going to make a motion, but I would just appreciate members, as the future goes forward, if you have a piece in your bill that 5 members across the aisle cared about, and you decide you want to change it because you think it's just fine, would you please talk to one of us, at least one of us knows what you did? Mr. Speaker, I'll stop, but I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to just rise and echo what Representative Abler said. Without these provisions in the bill, which was an amendment that was passed on this floor, came out of this body, carried by the author, without the provisions in this bill that disappeared mysteriously over the night someplace, every city that is along the Mississippi River in the critical area is at risk. Every city, whether it be Hastings, whether it be Coon Rapids, Champlin, Minneapolis, any suburban city, is at risk with their comprehensive plans, with their zoning plans, and their entire development strategy. Now, this amendment was taken under consultation with all of our cities, and it was a bipartisan amendment, and now it's disappeared. This is a very, very bad position in the bill. I would urge that we do not adopt this bill. And also, Representative Fabian's points about those monies is also of great concern to me. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. And I too am terribly disappointed with this. We've worked hard, I would say, over the last 5 years on this critical area with the communities, the 5 communities on the river, and all of the people who live along the river. And it implies that we're not good stewards of our area. And I think that it was wrong that this language was changed at the last minute. If you want something very bipartisan, it's the unity that we have, the 5 communities along the river working together. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion on the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 1183, as amended by conference.
Third reading. Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In light of all the discussion we've had, I'm remiss that we didn't get a chance to talk about this as a caucus, and I see that there's certainly some concerns that folks on my side of the aisle have with the bill, and I voted no on the adoption just out of respect to my colleague, Representative Abler. I don't recall that specific provision being discussed in conference committee, and so it just goes to show we have to be very careful with what we're doing in that process. But I'm going a little off tangent with what I was going to say, but I did want to speak to that point. So I did want to thank Representative Kahn for the opportunity to serve on the conference committee. It was a great experience, and we went through a lot. We had many, many hours of discussion. So we dug into the language quite a bit, and there were a lot of changes. Most of them were good changes, in my opinion. And I voted no when the bill left the House floor originally. I had a lot of concerns with the Clean Water Fund and a couple other provisions. And I was glad to see that through the committee process we were able to work on those and make some good improvements and take some of the Senate language and meet together with the Senate on some provisions and still keep some House positions on the Metro Area Parks project that Representative Freiberg and I worked on. So the bill, I would say, is much better through the conference committee process. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of provisions that I'm really happy to see in the bill. Really glad about the $3.5 million included for the Minnesota Zoo. They do good work, and I'm glad that we can continue to support them through the legacy bill. And then I also wanted to highlight, and it's already been mentioned, but just wanted to highlight the $280,000 for some veterans projects through the bill, for the veterans memorials and parks, and also for the Voices for Veterans program. So I'm glad to see that we're supporting our veterans through the legacy dollars. And while this bill is not perfect, I would have liked to have seen a couple of these things addressed. I did have some concerns with the solar panel language, but in my opinion, I believe the good outweighs the bad, and I will be voting on this bill. And I would hope that I can encourage some of the folks on my side of the aisle to join me in voting green. So thank you again for the opportunity, Representative Kahn. It was an honor, and I look forward to your green votes.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, thank you for all your hard work on this, and to all the other members of the legislature and staff who spent similarly hard hours. I'm happily voting green on this bill, but I do want to raise one issue for members. I want members to understand one thing that was lost in this bill. And if members will remember the LCCMR bill, which most of us, or I won't say most, but a great majority of us voted for, we had two accountability measures in there that were new. One of them, and it had to do with the purchase of land or interest in land, that before we purchased land, we would know what the tax assessor was saying the land was worth. And the second thing, we were having the DNR commissioner sign off on the purchase, knowing what the tax assessor was saying and knowing what the offering price is, to make sure that Minnesotans were getting value for their money. And we passed it. We also, in this body, when this bill went out, had the identical, and that, by the way, has been passed and signed by the governor, passed by the House and Senate, signed by the governor. The identical language was on this bill, but it's not there anymore. And that raises a couple of very big questions in my mind. Who is it that doesn't want the public to know what the difference is between what the tax assessor says the property is worth and what the Outdoor Heritage Committee is paying for the property? Who doesn't want the accountability of having the Commissioner of Natural Resources make sure that Minnesotans are getting value for their money? Who are these people who want to keep Minnesotans in the dark?
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had to become an electrician the last couple of days. My Steve is leaving us in 7 or 8 weeks, and I don't know, it's not working. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn. I've got a number of things here, Representative Kahn. I think it's really important. I was very disappointed in that when you're chair of a committee, I think it's important to realize not only do you have a lot of power, but you have a lot of responsibility. And where you have a job when when you have commissions underneath you that make recommendations, it's important that you evaluate, question, and review those recommendations. And unfortunately, I don't think that was done this time. You didn't work with those organizations and find out what their thoughts were. And I think more you took it on that it was your power to be able to make a number of changes. When Mary Murphy chaired the committee, she made some significant changes, but she worked with the Lessard-Sams. And it was, when I say significant, it was a very important one, Chair Murphy, and thank you for doing it. It was the Emerald Ash Borer. It was right after we had discovered and found emerald ash in Representative Hausman's district near the St. Paul campus of the University of Minnesota. When Representative Erhardt chaired Legacy and I chaired Environment, we made a couple of significant changes. One of them dealt with AIS and another with Mississippi Northwoods. But we worked with the organization, with Lessard-Sams, Outdoor Heritage Council, and let them know what we were doing. Representative Kahn, I was disappointed that you decided not to work with them but went around them. And now they're frustrated. And what we have is a product that is less than perfect. There's a lot of really great things in here, Representative Kahn. You stayed with 1 year instead of 2. Thank you. You're looking at the possibility of going to a 2-year Lessard-Sams in the future with recommendations. Thank you for involving them in that process. You kept the 40-40-20, and folks, what I'm referring to there is the 40% for metro parks, 40% for state parks, and 20% for greater parks. You did that. I really appreciate that. You dropped a lot of provisions that were in the House that weren't good, that I believe were wrong. Taking all the money away from Bowser and giving it to different spots. Most of that got put back in place. A little bit of language that made it challenges for folks, but it's back to the way it should be. But unfortunately, there's some things in here that really are not good. And that's what Representative Kahn, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Kahn would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative McNamara.
Representative Kahn, I think I'll kind of frame it. I want to ask about the $6.3 million. As you have stated, Lessard-Sams, I think it was Representative Drazkowski mentioned that the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Area is now going to spend about $100 million. Originally, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $96 million. You've taken that bottom line, Representative Kahn, dangerously low. I believe in the area of 2%, and that was only by stopping to pay for the administration in the second year. Otherwise, you would have been down in the 1% plus range. Representative Kahn, you took it dangerously low because you insisted that $6.3 million for Metro Parks be in Lessard-Sams. You've got different language in the bill now. It's on page 14. And it looks like the governor will be able to honor his campaign pledge that he would veto any part of this bill that didn't have Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. And so for those folks that want to do the right thing and honor the Lessard-Sams, I think they could vote yes on your bill with their thought process being that they assume the governor will line item veto this. Representative Kahn, is this language from 14.1 down through 14.18? That looks to me like that could be line item vetoed. Can that be line item vetoed?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not a constitutional authority, but it is a single appropriation, and I'm quite sure it can. So I suggest you urge the governor to do that.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you. Representative Kahn, I know I don't have the best hearing, but as much as I hope you said you would urge him to line item, I think you said he could line item. Is that correct? I'm wondering if she'll yield to answer that question.
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative Kahn.
What I said was that if you're upset about it, you could urge him to veto it. It's a very good provision. It's very good for the habitat in the part of the state that you and I both live in, and I'm certainly not going to, but you're certainly, as a member of this legislature and a citizen, able to urge him to do it.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm glad we got that clarified because I wouldn't want Representative Kahn. I didn't think she would support that. Representative Kahn, I did have a couple questions about the language. On 14.15, Madam Speaker, will she yield for an additional question?
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kahn, it says funded projects on 14.15. Funded projects must implement priority natural resource management plan components of regional park master plans. What are those components? My questions here really center around, you had some discussion early this morning in conference committee about this 6.3. Will this $6.3 million be awarded to those projects that were earmarked earlier?
Representative Kahn.
Yes, because that's exactly what this language means. That those were the priority natural resource management plans component. That was in the 153 pages that was submitted to the Outdoor Heritage Council, which they never looked at and ignored. And so this is the summary of that in 153 characters. That equals 153 pages.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought that might be the case, Representative Kahn, but it certainly is not clear by this language, and that's what I heard your testimony. I did not make the testimony in conference committee to hear it this morning, but I thought I understood that. So I think for members, that would mean if the governor does not line item veto that, $6.3 million of outdoor heritage would be used for those projects. They include 2 projects in my county and Dakota County and include Theodore Wirth in your community of Minneapolis, Representative Kahn. Folks, there's a number of things in here. Representative Abler, Representative Uglem have already talked about one of the most troubling things. Representative Hansen worked real hard to get a compromise. Representative Mahoney, Representative Paymar, Representative Mariani all took a tough vote in conference committee when we thought that we were going to get a resolution to the issue that would help St. Paul Port Authority, Summit Brewery, my community of Denmark Township and Hastings, all the way up into Representative Pepin's district. That's all gone now, members. Unfortunately, the Mississippi River Critical Area, which actually I'm one of the few people on this side of the aisle that actually supported getting that language done, and I thought Representative Hansen did a great job when he found compromise language. That's gone. That disappeared at that 3:45 in the morning process this morning, unfortunately. Members, some of the other things that Representative Kahn did are really good. There's the work of the AIS, Representative Kahn. I know some of the casters and blasters get a little nervous when we do the AIS. They think that might be a stretch of the use of that money. I actually like that idea. I was disappointed when the $2 million Representative Wigenius had in her bill for local units of government disappeared, but I think it's appropriate for some of that money to come from here. Protecting, enhancing, restoring certainly means that kind of work at our boat landings and different places like that, and getting that money out to the local units of government is a really good idea. Members, this is a tough vote for a lot of people, or it's probably a real easy vote for a lot of people, but it's a tough vote for me. And Representative Kahn, I just am disappointed. I think we could have done a better job. I really am disappointed that this full 6.3 is here. We had a great compromise. Representative Erdahl had offered it. I think we even modified it, and it would have been a true competitive grant. We should not earmark habitat money and say we know better and we know these metro parks deserve it exactly that way. We have a great process. The 8 citizen members and the 4 legislative members on the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council work really hard to make recommendations. And if we think we should make changes, which Chair Murphy, Chair Erdahl, and I all did, we involved the people in the process. We went and talked to them. I went to Lessard Sam's and said, you know what? Mississippi Northwoods isn't worth $14 million. It's wrong. I think the appraisal is bogus. We're not going to give you that much money. And members, we bought it for $11 million. 10 point, I'm not sure, Representative Ward, about $11 million. We saved the state $3 million by doing the right thing. Chair Mary Murphy, I don't know how many ash trees you've kept alive for the time being so we can have an urban forest that's correct. Protect, enhance, restore, forests. Urban forests, rural forests, they're all forests. But to just go and do $6.3 million for metro parks because you can is wrong. We have to remember, Representative Hansen, you had a good compromise on Mississippi River. We wanted to get that done. We've jeopardized that now. I don't know that you can get anybody along the corridor to vote for this. This is different than what we passed out of Ways and Means. This is different. I'm sorry, we passed out of Ways and Means. It was a challenge. You said you were going to work on it. You've met your word always this year, Representative Hansen, with me. When you said you're going to find a solution, you've done it on every issue we've worked on. I'm disappointed that I didn't know this, and thank you, Representative Uglem or Representative Abler, or whoever found it. I did not catch it. You know, we only had the conference committee report just in the last hour. Representative Kahn, this is hard for me to say, but I'm voting no. Please vote no.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, no, this is not the bill that I would have written. But there are good things in it. Most of the money does go where it should go. For example, if you take the arts, history, culture portion, most of the money there goes to the Minnesota Historical Society and to the State Arts Board, and from there it's distributed, a lot of it, across Minnesota in competitive grants. A lot of our local historical societies and arts councils receive money through this, and I think that that's a good thing, because we need to be sure that the hard-working taxpayers of Minnesota find their money going to the places that they expect it to go to. Now, I'm pleased that a lot of the objections that I had when the bill left the House floor in the first time were addressed. In fact, as Representative McNamara mentioned, a fair part of the amendment that I offered in committee seems to be included in this bill. We do return to an annual appropriation. Bowser's appropriation is largely returned. I'm glad to see the funding, as I mentioned earlier, for AIS. Now, I've urged that the wishes of citizen groups be given more attention. The SARD SAMs, the Clean Water Council, because they have a vetting process that we don't have. Parks and Trails Task Force recommendation of 40-40-20 is now in the bill. Representative Kahn, you did make a modification of the $6 million in additional spending to the metro parks. Another thing that I'm glad to see is that arts, history, culture did not place, or in arts, history, culture, they didn't place a percentage for the future for any of the funding mechanisms there. I do have concerns. Concerned about the accountability, that we may have taken a step back or two with that. I do wish that the competitive grants had been continued and not reduced. As Representative Leidiger was talking about earlier, we did have a competitive grant program before on public broadcasting. Again, I do thank Representative Kahn and the committee members and the staff for the hard work that they did do. I think that this bill is better than when it left the floor the first time, but there are still major concerns with it. I would urge you to, if you haven't already, make your decision based on how it does affect each and every one of your districts. Now, going back in history just a little bit, you know, it was about 2 years ago this day where I had, shall we say, one of the more agonizing time periods of my life. For those new members who are here, I sat in this spot presenting as chair of this committee the legacy bill, and it was a good bill. I tried to keep all my kittens in a basket, and I presented the bill. There were a couple of minor things that maybe we needed to adjust, but you guys over here, I'm sorry, with a little assistance with one member from over here, filibustered my bill for 6 hours. That wasn't fun. And we didn't pass it. We had to come back in special session where we passed it in 10 minutes. And so, members, it's payback time. Uprising, Chapter 1, Page 1. It was a still, bright southern morning, April 6, 1862. Birds chirped the fiery... I could go on but for another 4 or 5 hours, but I won't. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Kahn and conferees, for all the hard work on this. It was an honor to serve on the conference committee in my first term. As part of this bill, we funded everything recommended by the Outdoor Heritage Council, and that seems like a strong example of working with the Council in my mind. I was glad to see that the Metro Habitat proposal is included in here. It was great working with Representative Wills on this project, and there was broad bipartisan support when we introduced the project as a bill. The Metro Habitat project was vetted by the Met Council. There are high-quality habitat projects in there, and many members of the Outdoor Heritage Council rated the whole package very highly. There are many other critical investments in this package, which I won't highlight because of limited time, so I'll just urge a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Lilly.
Madam Speaker and members, it's always interesting to be on a committee with Phyllis Kahn, as you can imagine. She's quite a character, and she did a great job, and it was really fun to serve with her. I think we all can be proud of this bill. You know, it's always interesting how much of a fight it is to spend $500 million and on so many good things that we care about to make Minnesota better. I want to quickly thank Speaker Zellers because he put me on the Lessard Sams committee last session when I was a minority, which I always thought was really quite an interesting thing because I wasn't a hunter and fisherman. But I just want to mention quickly that I found that group to be a good group of people that did good work, and I've found that with all the different groups as we've gone forth here. I think it's a very good bill, and I've really enjoyed serving with the members. I compliment McDonald for owning up that he even found some merits in some of the projects, so hats off to that. But thank you to the great staff, and I encourage you all to vote for the bill.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members, it's a good bill. I suggest that you vote for it. It's interesting. Representative McNamara talked about the great job he was involved in because he happened to present to me a copy of a column that was written about him by that voice for the sportsman, the reporter from the Star and Tribune. I can just read a couple of lines. True advocates for outdoors, easy to tell from fakes. And the last line, McNamara doesn't fit in, not in Minnesota's hunting camp. He weeded himself out. Now, I wouldn't have had this if Representative McNamara didn't give it to me. He was giving it to me in comfort because even though he only had one column trashing him, I ended up with 9 columns trashing me, which we think is a world record. But anyway, I was pleased to join with Representative McNamara in that exclusive group, and I guess I get weeded out of the hunting camps also. I thank everyone for the hard work that they did on this bill. I thank it for the serious issue. Just to briefly answer one thing about the critical area report. If you look at page 48 of the bill, we see one of the things we did to most ease the problem of communities on it. There was a lot of very prescriptive language in statute, and this was in the House bill and accepted by the Senate. We eliminated a large amount of that very prescriptive language in the statute, and we brought the communities in a way that we think will make for a constructive conversation. And I'll point this out as the only person who actually lives on an island in the middle of the critical habitat area. So there was one legacy that's in the bill. We're hoping to enhance the use of the Rathskeller cafeteria for events. And so I'll end by quoting one of those wonderful inscriptions that are written up on the Rathskeller. Erschaft den Dach, den Troch en Lach. To translation, first do your duty, then drink and laugh. So it's time to move on from getting our duty done today.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Wills, for what purpose do you rise?
I'm not sure if it would be a point of personal privilege or an announcement.
State your point of personal privilege.
Madam Speaker and members, I just wanted to say, kind of in light of passing the legacy bill with the money for the Minnesota Zoo, I wanted to let you know about an event that the Minnesota Zoo is having tomorrow night, Tuesday, May 21st at 6 p.m. to open up their Africa exhibit for the summer, and you're all welcome to attend, and I encourage you to be there and join me. So thank you so much.
Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Winkler motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 661, an act relating to campaign finance. The report is addressed to the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate, the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees, for Senate File 661, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report signed by 2 of the 3 conferees on the part of the Senate and 3 of 3 conferees on the part of the House. Winkler moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 661 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
I recognize the author, Representative Winkler, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the campaign finance and public disclosure initiated bill that we have here before, the Senate File 661, came back from conference with a number of changes. The Senate, in an amendment on the Senate floor, changed a provision of the gift ban, which the House accepted. The House had removed a provision on electioneering, communications, the definition of direct advocacy, and language related to how donors to third-party independent expenditure groups are prorated. That language that was not in the House bill remains not in this conference report. So in other words, the House provision prevailed. Representative Hansen had an amendment to require public officials to change the definition of public officials to include judges and county commissioners so that they would have to fill the same economic interest statements that we do as elected officials. The limits on spending and contributions are similar to the Senate language. For state house races, that will be a limit of $1,000 per election cycle. Senate elections will be $1,000 every 2 years, so it will still be a 2-year period, but they will have an election segment, is their language, which is the 2 years before the election, and a non-election year segment. They'll be able to accept $1,000 contributions in each of those years. Other than that, members, the bill is quite similar to what we originally passed. It includes another number of conforming changes related to litigation in MCCL v. Swanson. It codifies language related to ballot campaigns and the way that money is disclosed, which were adopted as rules by the Campaign Finance Board. It raises some of the filing requirements from $100 to $750, and it makes a number of other changes which we discussed when it passed the House floor. So members, I would ask your support for the adoption of the conference report.
Discussion to adoption of the Conference Committee report. Representative Franson.
Thank you, members. And, I am very impressed at the work that was done on both sides of the aisle on this bill. I think that this was probably the one and only bill that comes to mind that we worked together on to solve some major issues. And so for me, I'm going to vote yes, just because I'm extremely proud of the work that both aisles were able to do on this bill. So thank you. And then also, my son Colin is watching, and he's really sad because his child care provider didn't mention that I didn't mention his name on the last bill, so I just wanted to give a shout out to my little 6-year-old Colin. Mommy will be home soon on Wednesday, so 2 more sleeps. Bye-bye.
Further discussion to the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report. Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quick question, Representative Winkler. Did we make any changes to the regulation of gifts to judges? And currently judges can receive up to $150 a day in gifts, a sitting judge. Did we make any changes or address that, Representative Winkler, please?
Representative Winkler will yield. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Leidiger, no, that issue did not arise.
Representative Leidiger.
That's all. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion to adoption, all those in favor of the motion to adopt, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File 661, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Any further discussion? The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, members, there are a couple of things about this bill that really give me pause. Actually, there are more than a couple of things, but I'm just going to discuss a couple of them. One of them is the section where we no longer require disclosure of, this is on line 14.8 of the bill. We've raised the limit for non-disclosure of certain contributions up to $200 from $100. And as I understand this, this now means, and maybe Representative Winkler would yield.
Representative Winkler will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Winkler, it's been described to me that now, for example, a lot.
Madam Speaker, I rise for the privilege of the House
Representative Erhardt, please state your privilege of the House.
Can you clear this back hall out here so we can hear what's going on? Ask them to go to the back room or something. That's ridiculous.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the retiring room. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erhardt. Representative Winkler, so on line 14.11, as I'm understanding this means now that a lobbyist can give us certain contributions up to $200 without any reporting. Am I understanding that correctly?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Liebling, that's not quite correct. There is in current law a provision that allows up to a $20 contribution without reporting any of the information about who made the contribution. Basically, it's anonymous. The House bill, when it left here, had a $50, changed that from 20 to 50, and we are still back at the 20 under current law. The $200 provision that you're referring to on page 14 is to require that you provide the employer an address and so forth of the contribution, but you're still required to report the contribution and the name of the person. It cannot be anonymous.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Winkler, if he would continue to yield, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
So, Madam Speaker, or Representative Winkler, does that mean that the public will be able to see who gave that contribution, or just that the candidate has to retain that information?
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, Representative Liebling, I believe that the Campaign Finance Board does not include that information in its public list. And the reason why it goes from 1 to 200 is that we are making a lot of changes to the total contribution limits, and so the proportion of the total goes up to the same amount. So in other words, right now you can take up to $500 in an election year, and if it's above 100, the name, address, and employer information has to be included in the report, and the Campaign Finance Board includes that information in its report. Now we're going up to a total contribution limit of 1,000, and so 20% of 1,000 is 200 instead of 100, and that's the reason for that change.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If he would continue to yield.
Representative Liebling, he will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Winkler, I'm sorry if this was already discussed. I was out of the chamber for a few minutes when this bill was called up. But as you know, I am concerned about the section that changes the gift ban. And this is a significant concern. And I don't know if you had addressed this already. I had raised this when the bill left the floor, and I was mistaken about the version we were working on, if you recall, and it was in the Senate language, and unfortunately it's ended up in our language in this bill. And that, I think, creates an enormous hole in the gift ban, one that I'm concerned that it really we could drive a lot of semis right through this hole. And that is that now we can have organizations hosting events, as long as they invite all of us. It seems that they're unlimited in their ability to spend money to have an audience with legislators or to give us a collective gift, if you will. And I wonder again, I apologize if you already discussed this while I was out of the room, but I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit and let us know how you view that provision.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Liebling, I did mention it, and the provision requires that a reception can include a meal for legislators, so long as all legislators are invited and as long as there is an invitation at least 5 days before the event. And obviously this was not my provision, and I don't think it's a very great change. But I am also not extremely worried about it either, because the concern generally with lobbyist gifts, obviously, is influencing the course of legislation. And it's hard to argue that a meal that's provided to every legislator is going to convince all legislators to vote a certain way on a certain bill or something like that. That's rather unlikely. Second of all, by having the invitation be made to all members, it's very likely to be public and not something that's a secret, so there's less susceptibility for undue influence. And finally, I know people have raised concerns that you can really drive a truck, as you said, through this provision, but that is not my experience with the Campaign Finance Board. They exercise a great deal of discretion in interpreting our statutes to meet our intent, and there has been no discussion that I'm aware of that a reception or meal that we're talking about here is anything other than, when the Rochester Days comes forward and they want to invite all legislators to enjoy the fruits of the major subsidy that we pass in the tax bill or something. When Rochester Days comes and invites us all, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. We're not talking about free trips or any kind of thing like that, and I know that the Campaign Finance Board will be strict in how they interpret this. So I am not concerned about this creating a loophole with unintended consequences. I know that Gary Goldsmith and company will interpret it the right way. And second of all, I think that this continues to need more work, and certainly do not consider this bill to be the final statement of the legislature in this biennium.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Winkler. I hope we're making some legislative history here, because I certainly hope you're right. I think this language is written very, very broadly. There's no limit to the amount of money they can spend here. There's no limit to what kind of organization can do this, as long as they invite all of us. And I guess I have to disagree with you about the impact that that could have. For instance, we can imagine that Ziggy Wilf could have had us all in for a football game and whatever it might have been, just as long as we were all invited. And the language itself says reception, meal, or meeting. So there's nothing here that doesn't allow the meeting to be held in Florida or Jamaica or any other place, or for there to be free golf during the meeting. So I am very glad that it's your intention not to have those kinds of things be included, that you are intending this to be much more limited than that. I hope that if there's a question about this later on, that it is interpreted to not be such broad language, and I know we had talked offline about that, because but I am going to be voting against this bill. I think this is just to me, this is an unacceptable broadening. I don't think it protects us that we're all there, because we've seen too many times. This isn't about partisanship. This is about people buying an audience with us and having us there where they're giving us free stuff, and so we're more inclined to listen to their pitch, and that is where the danger really comes. And even if there's not a danger, I think it looks very bad when that happens. Even if there was a dollar limit here for the kinds of things you mentioned, Rochester Days or Bemidji Days, if you said $50 limit or a meal or something that puts some parameters around this, and I do hope we'll do that in the future, and I hope that the Campaign Finance Board, if it comes down to it, will interpret this as not being intended to be open season for violation of the gift ban, because all that does is it says that if you've got enough money to invite everybody, that you can go ahead. And then organizations that are smaller, that don't have the money to invite and treat everyone, are in a different category. I think that's very troubling, members. So I respectfully am going to oppose this bill.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also am in opposition to this. I agree with Representative Liebling. I have difficulty with the raising of the limit from $100 to $200 to provide public disclosure of donors. And also going from a $5 limit to no limit, raising the gift ban, it doesn't seem like that possibly could have been an oversight, that they didn't come up with a new limit on it. It doesn't take very much imagination to come up with a number of scenarios in which this would be improper. You could have an event with a particular theme or speaker that would attract one set of members and not another, and so on. So the fact that it's an open invitation is not sufficient to guarantee that people are truly all going to be there, particularly if you hold it in some remote location. I've heard a lot since I've come here of people grumbling about the fact that the reason we don't have bipartisanship is because we can't have the parties sponsored by the lobbyists anymore. And the lobbyists still have the parties, it's just that you've got to drop your $5 in the hat when you come in. And so it really bothers me that people want to say that the reason we don't have bipartisanship is because they're too cheap to buy their own beer. And I strongly oppose just getting rid of the gift ban at all, so I'm going to vote no on this.
Any further discussion? Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, just to clarify, Representative Yarusso, we are not eliminating the gift ban. If you look on page 9, any services, trinkets, mementos, plaques, anything of value, etc., those are all still limited to $5. We are talking about receptions, and I do think that the Campaign Finance Board does not particularly love this provision, and I think that there will be a very strict review of any kind of gift that relates to this. So members, I have had an opportunity to talk with Gary Goldsmith about this bill as it has come back, and he's understandably disappointed, as am I, that a lot of the important disclosure provisions are not included in this. The whole concept, remember, members, is that after Citizens United, we can require more disclosure of campaign spending, and we have to have fewer restrictions on the kind of donations that can be made. That was the spirit of this bill, to deal with that situation, not something we chose, but something we have to address. And so I think this bill falls short of what it should have done. Nevertheless, I think it is a step in the right direction, and I would ask that members support it, and I hope to have some good bipartisan support.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I just want to thank Representative Winkler for the work that you put into this bill. I know it was something that we worked on together quite a bit. I did have the honor of serving on the conference committee, and I know we worked through some of these provisions to try to find some common ground, and I also support the bill and encourage members to support the bill as well.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 85 ayes and 49 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to move a recess to the call of the chair.
Representative Murphy moves a recess to the call of the chair. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Murphy, if she would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Murphy, if you could give us an idea of maybe how long we're thinking about recess, and then also what the rest of the evening looks like, what bills we might expect to take up when we come back.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Dowd. Members, I would expect that we will recess for about 60 minutes, members of the DFL. We'd like to caucus in room 217 about 60 minutes. When we come back, of course, we have the state government finance to pass this evening, almost this evening, as soon as we get that from the Senate. And we have some concurrences, a couple of extraneous bills, and we will take those up tonight and finish up our work.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy. The minority members will be caucusing in our normal caucus room immediately following the recess.
Representative Murphy moves a recess to the call of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands in recess.